approved. So, as we get started today, we're going to start off with a couple certificates of recognition. For the first time in year history, the Barbara Goldman Senior High mock trial team took first place, and I heard it was not close in the Miami-Dade mock trial district championships, and they are now going to the state finals up in Orlando. So we're here to, number one, recognize them, wish them the best of luck, and I think we got some goodies for you. So that being said, we are going to actually recognize each and every one of you one by one for this achievement. You know, a team is like a chain. It's only as strong as its weakest link, meaning each and every one of you play a vital role in this win, as well as your coaches, your mentors, everyone, the Honorable Judge Andrea Wolfson, everyone who has supported you played a vital role in getting you this far and on continuing to get you further, get you into states. Is there a nationals after? Let's go. Let's go to nationals. Let's take over. I want to hear Miami Lakes and Barbara Goldman in nationals. Let's get it done. All right, so as I call your name, each of you are going to be receiving a certificate of recognition from the town that's going to state that it is presented to you personally in acknowledgement of your outstanding success and success on and contributions to the Barbara Goldman Senior High School mock trial team, which led to achieving the highest cumulative points among 20 competing schools and becoming the Miami-Dade County mock trial district champions. The town of Miami Lakes proudly honors your dedication to teamwork and commitment to excellence in your pursuits. And personally, as an attorney myself, I know firsthand how difficult these competitions are, how much of a pressure cooker they are. Your ability to compete under pressure will pay dividends when you get to the bar, when you start actually litigating. So congratulations once again to each and every one of you. As I call you up, come up and grab your certificate. We're going to start off with Adriana Garcia. Brenda Labrador. Congratulations. And you can stay up here if you want. Here you go. That's right. Sorry. I'm going to be moving a little bit. You can go with her. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Isabella Lozada. I cannot read cursive. Congratulations. Isaiah Wiley. It's a lot easier. Jaden Maldonado. Marianne Slattery. Marcus Donaldson. Nicolette Caraballo. Sophie Rodriguez. Valeria Zapata. Vladimir Veloz. He's not here? Okay. Yasmin Grillo. And, all right, we already said Mr. Veloz was not here. And then, of course, to the Honorable Judge Andrea Wolfson. And I think I'm missing one. Elianis Valdivia? I'm going to have to talk to JV. We owe you a certificate. Thank you. Here you go. JV, we're missing Elianis. I'm going to hand you this one temporarily. Bring the trophy and let's get a picture. Before you run off too far, Barbara Goldman. Oh, there she is. Nice to see you show up. Before you guys show up, I do want to welcome the Miami Lakes Bar Association as well as the Town Foundation to join me up here because I think we have a little gift for you guys. It's our understanding that your expenses to get to the state competition in Orlando was approximately $4,652. And we're very happy that not only the Town Foundation, but the Miami Lakes Bar Association has also stepped up to present you with a check for $1,000 from the Miami Lakes Bar Association. Do you have ours? The show must go on. And then from the town for $3,652. That way, your entire trip costs are going to be covered, and you guys can go to states and worry about the competition rather than the money. Should we bring them back up, or? Yeah, come back up. Come back up. Let's get a big picture. That's the actual thing. All right, once again, a very big round of applause for the Miami Lakes Bar Association and the Miami Lakes Town Foundation for putting up the money. And let's go Gators. Let's go get it done. If you guys need test jurors or test judges, I volunteer the rest of the council. Alrighty. By the way, I don't know, IT, if you can raise me up just a little bit. Alrighty, we're going to move on to our first proclamation of the night. This is going to be a proclamation for March 2025 to be declared as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. And we have this proclamation, and it reads as follows. Whereas colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States among men and women combined, whereas screening for colorectal cancer can lead to earlier detection and save lives by allowing for the prevention and treatment of this disease, whereas although colorectal cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented by timely screening, it is estimated that only 1 in 3 people who are eligible for screening are doing so. Whereas a champion for research and prevention was lost with the passing of City of Aventura Commissioner Michael Stern, the town of Miami Lakes joins the City of Aventura in recognizing the late Aventura Commissioner Michael Stern as an advocate of fight colorectal cancer and their combined efforts to increase awareness and offer education on the importance of early detection and screening of colorectal cancer. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes and the Aventura City Commission are both committed to using Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month to inform the public on the importance of prevention and treatment, now, therefore, I, Brian Morera, on behalf of Mayor Josh Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in him as the mayor of town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in the town of Miami Lakes. We're going to take a little bit of a break to give a chance to some of the other people who are receiving. Okay, perfect. We got one of them here, so let's go ahead and move forward with that one. All righty. Lupe, would you like to come up? Here you go. This one's for you. Oh my God. Here you go. So this is a proclamation proclaiming March 20th, 2025 as Lupe Brunemann Day. And the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Lupe Brunemann has been a dedicated healthcare professional in the town of Miami Lakes, making significant contributions to the healthcare landscape through her leadership, expertise, and unwavering commitment to improving the lives of others. Whereas Lupe Brunemann has been a leader in the managed care and HMO industry since the late 1980s, bringing her extensive knowledge and experience to Miami Lakes, where she has helped ensure that underserved communities receive the vital information and education needed to make informed healthcare decisions, whereas Lupe Brunemann holds a healthcare MBA from Florida International University, go Panthers, and a bachelor's degree in professional business management from Nova Southeastern University, sure, which has laid the foundation for her distinguished 7-year career as a regional director for Advocate Health Advisors, where she oversees 16 insurance agencies and more than 400 health insurance brokers in South Florida. And on your spare time? Wow. Jeez. Whereas Lupe Brunemann has been a passionate advocate for the senior community in Miami Lakes, sponsoring and co-sponsoring events such as the town's annual Latinos and Alzheimer's conferences. As a member of the Latino Center on Aging's advisory board, she sponsors a weekly radio show called Radio Salud and Para Mayores, empowering seniors with critical information, guidance, and resources. That's on you, JV. Required to navigate the very complex world of Medicare insurance. Now, therefore, I, Brian Morera, on behalf of Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in him as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim March 20th, 2025 as Lupe Brunemann Day in the town of Miami Lakes. And don't think you're getting off that easy. Do you want to say a few words?
Well, thank you very, very much. This is a huge privilege for me. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you to the entire town of Miami Lakes for allowing me the privilege to work among your citizens. I have had the extreme pleasure of working with many of the seniors in this town. Again, like the proclamation says, it's true. Medicare is very complicated as federal insurance, and it gets more and more complicated every day. And because of my experience in working with Medicare for so many years, I just absolutely love to help people navigate through that and get the best coverage that we all deserve. So again, for me, this is a huge, huge, huge privilege, and it's only going to make me work harder and work with more people. So thank you so, so much to everyone. It's a privilege. Thank you so much.
So this is from the city of Hialeah. The mayor is sending you this 100th anniversary challenge coin for you.
Thank you so much. Thank
No
you very
problem.
much.
All right, we're going to take a quick break because it's our understanding that the next recipient of the proclamation is on the way. So we're just going to take a quick break.
Okay, we have one more proclamation to give, so if everybody can please settle down. Where's JV at? All right, last but not least, we have a special proclamation for someone who has been extremely helpful to our veterans community. I've watched you over the years as you have very zealously made sure to always advocate for the Veterans Committee and veteran causes. And you obviously have been a driving force along with our committee when it comes to the Veterans Run that we do every year. Vice Mayor Morera actually has encouraged everybody to participate in the next one. So looking forward to that. We've incorporated a couple other challenges as well, both to get us all fit and also to raise you guys some additional money to help advance the cause even further. But with that, today is about you. And so I want to begin by reading from the proclamation that we've prepared to thank you for all that you've done. Proclaiming today, March 18th, 2025, as Judy Farkas Serra Day. Whereas, it's okay. Go ahead. Go. Whereas Judy Farkas Serra has been a dedicated member of the Miami Lakes community, serving on the Miami Lakes Veterans Committee for 3 years and contributing significantly to the town's events and activities. Whereas Judy Farkas Serra has chaired the Reindeer Run for the past 3 years, achieving remarkable success in increased participation, net proceeds, and community awareness for our veterans. Through Judy Farkas Serra's leadership, the Reindeer Run events have raised over $150,000 in revenue, including sponsorships, with a total of 1,587 participants registered. She has secured 99% of the event's sponsors from across Miami-Dade County, fostering greater awareness and support for Miami Lakes while connecting the community in recognition of our veterans. Whereas Judy Farkas Serra has supported the Jingle Bell Jog and the Miami Lakes Food and Wine Festival as a dedicated sponsor and advocate, utilizing billboards across Miami-Dade County to promote community kindness and engagement. And whereas Judy Farkas Serra has contributed to the community safety and appreciation efforts, including sponsoring and promoting Law Enforcement Appreciation Month and other civic engagements. And whereas Judy Farkas Serra has demonstrated her commitment to education and community service by supporting the Education Advisory Board, Awards of Excellence, and initiatives at Barbara Goldman Senior High School, including collaborating with the Giving Gators on various projects. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim March 18th, 2025 as Judy Farkas Serra Day. Congratulations. Happy to do it. Do you have any words you want to share?
Sure, yeah, thanks. It's a very special day, and I really, really appreciate this happening. Thank you, Pedro, for pushing walls and universes and everything else. I have been so honored to serve with these veterans. You have no idea. Charity and volunteerism is a wonderful thing, and it makes us all feel really good. But once I joined these gentlemen and ladies in this committee, I learned that everybody should have a requirement to serve with veterans, because it has changed my life. I love them dearly, and I wish I could have served in the military with them, because they are the most incredible human beings. They do not stop serving. They serve this community, and they are just the most fantastic people I've ever been around. So I will keep going, and I'm not even halfway where I need to be with this yet.
She also receiving a medal of 100 years from the Vice Mayor of Hialeah. So he will bring it to her on her office.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, it's a medal commemorating the city's 100-year anniversary. She's not 100 years. She's only 25. Oh, Judy, we still need you for photos. All right, so we don't have any other proclamations just yet, and we have 15 minutes or a little less than 15 minutes until we start. So we'll take a little break, allow those that want to leave, and then the rest of us get ready for our meeting.
All right, 6:30.
Yep.
You're unmuted.
Yeah. No, I'm on. Still. Everyone, please take your seats. We're going to be starting.
I think you just shattered everyone's eardrum online.
All right, it is 6:30 at this time, and we're going to begin. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia is not present. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Diegues.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise for the prayer led today by Councilman Alex Sanchez.
May we all make the right determinations for our town, our residents, to keep Miami Lakes a safe and secure area for not just everyone in this room, but every resident, every mother, every father, every grandfather, every grandmother, aunt, uncle, and child in this town. May we make the wise decisions to keep everyone safe and moving forward. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may take your seats. Council, we're now on item number 5, the order of business. If you have any deferrals, additions, or deletions, now is the time. I would like to move up. That's not formally listed on the agenda, given when it was submitted, but I'd like to move up my item 16L to right after public comments. That would be the K-8 renaming request in honor of former school board member Perla Taveras Hammond. Are there any other changes being proposed? Okay, seeing none, that is the only one. Is there a motion?
I'll move the amended agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. It's been moved by the Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilman Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The meeting order is is amended. We are now in public comments. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. I will now allow the town clerk to read off the rules. Please, Madam Clerk, go
Good
ahead.
evening and welcome to the regular council meeting. Public comments will be heard now at the beginning of each meeting, and once all the public comments are heard, it will be closed. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes, and please, comments and questions from this attending public as well as from the virtually audience are directed always to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and we also welcome the public that is watching us remote. As always, you just need a working microphone, a working webcam, and if you want to speak, raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon and selecting raise hand. If you also want to participate via phone, the only thing you need to do is raise your hand by pressing *9, and our IT will allow you to speak. Welcome, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. On the bottom of the mic, there is a button. Thank you.
We're good now?
Yes, and now name and
Okay.
address.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is George Quintana, and I reside at 8785 Northwest 162nd Terrace. Tonight, I am here out of concern for the Royal Oaks Park. Visitors are bringing in their dogs to the park where dogs are not allowed. I am against it because the owners are allowing the dogs to basically poop in the yard, in the park, and not cleaning it up. It's been a problem now for some time. It's in the grass, in the walkways, and we need enforcement. We've talked to the park staff, and they're powerless, completely powerless. So as a suggestion, I think we need more signs indicating at the entrances that no dogs are allowed. I use the park daily, and with my kids too. So anything you guys can do, and let me know if I can do anything, and we'll do it. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Everyone. I'm here to request the renaming of Miami Lakes Elementary, or Miami Lakes K through 8 now, to be named Perla Tavares Handmill, K through 8. Actually, it's pre-K through 8. I think we all know who Perla Tavares was. She was a board member in our district, and she was the one that actually built or had built the junior high, which is the addition to the elementary school. And that was done in 2010, I believe. And, okay. Ms. Hartman had much to do with adding the junior high school, the pre-K and the pre-K. She was a wonderful woman. Well, she left us a well-formed educational legacy in her 26 years as a board member and 14 times board chair. She was well respected. I think we all did. Perla was very dedicated to the field of education for all, young and old. We have a group of students here from the senior learner class that she actually brought up to the town of Miami Lakes, as well as an SMA group, which is a high school students that do not speak English, and she opened up that special SMA, Success Management Academy, for the students so that they can advance and get their high school diploma and go on to advanced, like college. She was very, very dedicated in the field of education for everyone. She also brought the Cambridge program to Miami Lakes. The Cambridge program is from the University of Cambridge. It's a special program for high school students. I think we'll all know about the Cambridge program here. She opened also, like I said, the SMA and the senior programs. We have the Tai Chi, we all know Mary Collins. All those programs at Mary Collins were brought in by Perla Tavares as well. And it helps the seniors socialize and get out of the house, as well as the sewing and the Tai Chi. Tai Chi, sewing, and computers. They learn in the computer classes how to use the email to get in touch with loved ones that live like in other countries or other states. I'll be as fast as I can. I think everybody. Anyway, she was a very special lady, and I humbly ask and request from all of you to honor her.
You can conclude really quickly.
Okay, but to honor her by naming this school. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Excellent. You have backup, I see. That's excellent. Now, Miriam, just so that we're able to comply with the rules, if you can't, just please put your name and address on the record.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No worries.
69, you know where I live. 6980 Silver Oak Drive, Miami Lakes. I'm 2 blocks from this school.
Absolutely, Miriam. Thank you for being here.
Go ahead. Good evening. My name is Fred Sandra, and I live already.
Apparently, Gina's mad at you for
Boy,
some
that was a
reason.
quick 3 minutes. So I live 14840 Breckness Place, Miami Lakes, for the last in Lake Cynthia for the last 43 years. And I come to you today, Mr. Mayor and council members, for you to think very hard of the need that we have. And I guess I'm kind of talking on behalf of the kids of the town, which I'm sure that some of you have had, if not kids, your own kids, but nephews and other relatives that have used the Optimist Park from one time or another. And let me tell you, I have been a supporter of the Optimist baseball program for the last 15 years. And it's kind of shameful to see the condition that the park has. You look at those dugouts and, you know, in the baseball fields, and they look like they don't belong in Miami Lakes. So I will encourage you on behalf of the kids of our town to do whatever you can. And I know we had a bond a few years ago, I think a couple of years ago. I voted for the bond because I think that the increase that we would have had in our property taxes was really minimal compared to the benefits that we would have shown if that project would have come to fruition. But I do encourage you to move whatever monies you can, and I know there is some money already budgeted for, you know, for improvements, and to do it as fast and as quick as you can, because we're all proud of our town. We all take, you know, a tremendous proud of saying that we're Miami Lakers. But when it comes to Optimist, to the Optimist Park, we just kind of walk away because, you know, it is really, you know, a shame to see the way the park is. And you see other cities, the way they maintain their baseball parks and whatever. I'm sure that Jeremy will present a good program at some point in time to you, with all the needs that we have and all the improvements that we have to make in the park. So I encourage you to really consider all you can on behalf of the kids of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much. See, I beat the clock. Huh? Thank
Well
you.
done, well
Thank you.
done. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Gina, Town Manager. My name is William Garciga. I've been a resident in Miami Lakes for over 25 years. Our first, my address is 16721 Northwest 78th Place inside Royal Oaks. My first home was on the west side. We put the contract there in 1998, and then we had a dream of moving into more upscale community, Royal Oaks, and finally in 2011, that dream became a reality for my family. Some of you know me and know I am pretty involved in the town, and I'm not one to complain, but I'd rather take action. But I'm here today to express my concern about the nature of these short-term rentals in our town of Miami Lakes, specifically Royal Oaks, the community where I reside. So I took some notes, and I want to just read to make sure that I don't miss any points here, right? So first and foremost, the nature of these short-term rentals can disrupt the sense of security and stability that families in the area value deeply. High turnover of tenants creates an unpredictable environment which can affect both the quality of life and the safety of the residents. The transient nature of short-term guests often prevents establishing lasting relationships between neighbors, okay? And that is, in turn, something that diminishes the family-oriented atmosphere, the close relationships that makes these communities so desirable, right? Additionally, the potential for increased noise and traffic associated with short-term rentals could significantly detract from a peaceful residential character of the area. These properties may attract large groups, leading to concerns about overcrowding, parking shortages, which I live on a daily basis practically, as I have one near me, and disturbances during late night hours I have experienced multiple times, 1 o'clock in the morning, screaming, cars honking, and making loud noises with these fancy engines, right? All of which compromise the tranquility and enjoyment of family life. Finally, the commercialization of residential properties through short-term rentals could lead to erosion of property values. I encourage you to think about that. Families typically invest in homes with the expectation of a stable environment. The presence of short-term rentals properties might create a shift in neighborhood dynamics. I want to encourage all of you to think hard, have more discussions on this. I'm happy to support, but please, let's come up with some code or legislation against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. I was not going to speak, because I hadn't had a chance to get my notes organized. I just got a copy of the agreement between the school board and our town for the Optimus Park. It's 24 pages long. I just got it at 4 o'clock, and I didn't have a chance to digest it well, but I did sort of come out with this conclusion that nowhere does it say that we have to provide for all of the improvements that we came up with in that reconfiguration plan, that sketch that has all of the fields reconfigured. The only thing we have to do, according to that, was we have to provide a regulation size, high school size baseball field. So one of the fields there, if it is not already regulation size, has to be that, according to what we agreed to, and we should provide more bathrooms. The other things are not that were in that grandiose plan that would cost millions of dollars. There's no way we have to do that. And it would be really foolish for us to be spending that kind of money when it's not our field. And I read through, as I said, it was quite lengthy and it's in legal jargon, so I will read it again, but it seems like we really got a bad deal there. I don't know why that was ever agreed upon with some of the stipulations, but it's there. And I would say, how come the town people, the population, never got to vote on whether or not we wanted to do those things that were on that grandiose plan? That really basic improvements, making sure the batting cages are up to par and the dugouts, that's fine. But please don't think that we are obligated to do a massive overhaul of that park at our expense, because we're not, according to law, from what I could understand. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Okay, Carlos Andres, 14530 Date Pine Avenue. Mayor, Council, Town Management, thank you for having me. Starting off with some compliments. I know I've been hearing some of the meetings about sidewalks. Well, guess what? Sidewalks were replaced on my block. Not just in my block, but in multiple other neighborhoods. So thank you. The other thing is I want to recognize Deputy Bacallao, actually from the Sheriff's Office, which has done a great job handling non-emergency calls in my neighborhood, has gone the additional mile to make sure that our concerns are addressed. I'm here to speak of, as a chairperson of the Public Safety Committee, related to item 16F, the amendment to the committee rules. I urge the Town Council to streamline the recommended changes to make them rules-based with no discretion, make them very simple. What I'm proposing is simply to have 4 opportunities. These 2 opportunities would be unexcused absences, no questions asked. I don't want to put anybody's business on YouTube on why they're missing a meeting. And 2 opportunities to come in via video conferencing or telephone. Now, video conferencing, asterisk, that would be whoever is, what system is being administered from, with the town. Right now, I believe we're using Zoom, so that the person that is speaking from home or remotely would be going in through Zoom or calling in via the, I believe there's a phone now in the conference room. That would be backed up by what I call the acronym PAR, which would be the secretary of the committee, which is going to document who is in person, who is absent, or who is remote. That would be a running tally for the calendar year to keep accountable those committee members, making sure that they are serving as they should. Keep in mind, 12 meetings in a year. If you don't have a subcommittee, right, that's 4 absences or 4 opportunities not to be there. I also recommend to add a code of conduct. When we have folks that are representing the committee, they're not just representing the committee, they're representing the town. So they should act accordingly. And that's something that I'm recommending to add to the end of the committee rules, which pretty much speaks to acting ethically and cordially, avoiding conflicts of interest, whether apparent or actual, complying with applicable laws, promoting an ethical, inclusive, and respectful environment, and serving the public with any questions or concerns. And if they don't have the answer, we'll get someone that does have the answer. So I think it's very important that when we wear that polo as committee members, that we are representing the town at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Good evening, sir. Name and address.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Padilla. I live at 15549 Miami Lakeway North in Celebration Point. I'm not good at public speaking, so I wrote it all out, so excuse me if I sound monotonous.
It's your time to do as you please with the 3 minutes you got.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I come before you to advocate for the redevelopment of the existing underutilized tennis courts in Miami Lakes Optimist Park into multiple pickleball courts to respectfully request the necessary funding to make this project a reality. As you may know, pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and Miami Lakes is no exception. In fact, there is a strong and growing demand for more pickleball courts in our town. To demonstrate this, you'll find a copy in front of you of a petition that we have gathered of over 280 signatures in just 6 days from residents who are eager to see more opportunities for pickleball in our community. Given how small the courts are and how few people the courts can currently hold, having over 280 signatures is an impressive show of interest from a small community. This petition reflects the enthusiasm and support of our residents who are passionate about this sport and are asking for the town to meet this demand. Currently, these courts are not affiliated with any league, and 2 of the 4 existing tennis courts are primarily used for pickleball, with little to no use for tennis. Given this, it makes sense to repurpose this underutilized space into multiple pickleball courts. This will not only meet the growing demand, but also maximize the use of our available space in a way that directly benefits the community. Pickleball is accessible to people of all ages, from children to seniors, providing a fun and healthy activity that encourages physical fitness and social interaction. And believe me when I say, the seniors are some of the best people I've ever played with. In addition, similar projects have been successful in nearby areas, such as in PSN, where underutilized courts were converted into pickleball courts, resulting in greater community engagement and higher court utilization. This example serves as a great model for how we can enhance our park and recreation offerings here in Miami Lakes. With that in mind, I'm asking the council to consider providing necessary funding to redevelop the existing tennis courts into multiple pickleball courts. By investing in this project, we will not only meet the growing demand for pickleball, but also improve the overall recreational opportunities available to our residents. This would be a valuable step in fostering a more active, inclusive, and connected community. I know that funding decisions require careful consideration, but I believe the strong community support and the many benefits of this redevelopment will make this an investment worth making. Together, we can create a space that encourages health, wellness, and unity for people of all ages. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the overwhelming support from our residents and the benefits that this redevelopment would bring. By converting these existing tennis courts into multiple pickleball courts, we can create more opportunities for physical activity, community engagement, and improve the quality of life here in Miami Lakes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, my name is Diane Jimenez. I'm a student at Barbara Goldman Senior High School. This past March 9th, I had the honor of representing not only my school, but District 4 and Robert Alonzo at the Perla Tabares Hatman 2025 Miami National College Fair, where I actually saw Councilmember Sanchez with his kids and his wife. So, representing not only our area, but upholding the legacy of Perla Tabares was something very impactful due to the fact that she had just passed away a couple of days before. So I just want to show my support today for the memorandum to rename Miami Lakes K-8 after Perla Tabares Hatman. Not only was she, a fighter for post-secondary institution for a lot of students, which, statistics demonstrate that students who pursue post-secondary institutions at large have higher success rates throughout. And, the people you meet, and overall, naming this school after her, it's not something that she necessarily fought for, but it's something that her legacy has led not just me, but all the people, a majority of the people today here in the audience, to come and support that. With that, I urge you guys to take that into consideration. On top of that, I also want to talk about another thing, which is the Miami Lakes Optimist Park. I do see that a lot of people are coming up here to talk in support of new development, redevelopment, looking for new ways of making the park better. I just have an idea. Maybe we could find a middle ground. Why don't we just create a committee or some sort of a committee where different groups in the community have an interest in the park. And if we have a specific group in the town that has a very big interest in redeveloping the park, you do a fundraiser like the Special Needs Advisory does, and if they want to donate $200,000 to redevelop the park, so be it. If they want to find ways of making it a little bit easier for the town to redevelop the park, so be it. There's a lot of ways to go about it. I know that there's already a specified fund for it, but if there is an interest, obviously a couple years back, the bond failed with over 70% support of the town, but it's something that people don't continue to talk about, and it's something that every day gains a little bit more of steam. So just find a middle ground and find a way of doing what's best for the overall populace of the town. So with that, thank you, and once again, it would be an honor if you guys named Miami Lakes K-8 after Perla Tabars. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another speaker in chambers that would like to come up?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager, Town Attorney. My name is Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119 on my address. I'm not here tonight representing Royal Oaks Homeowners Association as I was last month, but we have some issues as a homeowner that I want to bring up. You've got a total of 18 different items on the agenda. Having 3 minutes for 18 items is pretty hard, so I wanted to take a few minutes of my time to ask that you revert to allowing, when each item comes up, that a speaker can come up and give their position on it, if possible. I know that was done before. In case you don't, I'll make it as brief as I can. Mr. Will Garciga was here talking a few minutes about the short-term rental, and I'm also in support of the changes you want to make. A homeowners association holds the standards of our community in order to keep them up to an aesthetic level so our property values maintain. When it's a short-term rental, it's hard to try to find who the owner is, what they're doing, cars all over the grass. So I support wholeheartedly whatever expense you need to take on monitoring. I was talking to Mr. Danny Angel on ways that we can monitor this situation. So I totally support your effort. I'd like to talk to you a minute that I did to some of you. Oh, first of all, let me thank Councilman Stephen Hertzberg for having attended our association meeting the other night. He has an item up of engagement. We are trying to motivate individuals to participate in a smaller form of government, which is our HOA. Having Stephen Hertzberg not only as a neighbor, but also as a council member there, was able to hear. I know that some of you, like Mr. Morera and Josh and JC, I speak, and I hope to with Alex Sanchez also, to get you more of a pulse of what's happening in a smaller dynamics than what you see as a whole town. But I welcome that re-engagement in providing information for us to digest so the members can see the value of coming here tonight. In respect to, I thought a lot about this park issue. I know I've talked to the mayor about it and to some of you. Our parks do need maintenance just like our canopy does. Unfortunately, the way that we're taxed is through an ad valorem tax, correct? Based on your house and a percentage. Some homes are 900,000, some are 1.4 million, some are still valued at 300,000 or less, and then you have the condos and so forth. I suggest that you explore a flat service fee, a flat tax, as Brian said to me when he talked to my house, kind of like a user tax, right, Brian? Councilman Moreta, I'm sorry. That we charge each person and we're dividing the expenses, and you can back them out of your millage, and each person has a equitable amount in the fun and play of this town and the beautiful canopy.
I move to extend.
Well, hold on. Question to the attorney. The option to go ahead and have speakers also come up item by item, did we do away with that? I don't know that we did.
Well, right, the manager's right. We do get to do it on the public hearings, but I don't. Yeah, I don't remember having done away with it.
Well, why don't you wrap up? Because again,
Okay.
there are other speakers that didn't get a chance to speak, and then we'll just, if you have time.
That you have the gist of it. I know that some of you have more on that information. I may not be here because I've got others, but I do want to talk, if you would grant me 30 seconds, and I'll wrap it up on
You'll
one
have
thing.
30 seconds to conclude.
Okay. On the amendment to town code under item 16E, new business that Councilman Sanchez is bringing up. So I did a little bit of research on that. I caution you on that issue. One is the aesthetics of having a pergola less than 10 feet setback. There is a big aesthetic issue on that. We start looking like some of our neighbors and other towns that don't have this code. Number two is a fire perspective. I think I can speak a little bit about that, as our town manager can. You have what's called auto exposure. When a house is involved in a fire, the possibility of radiant heat going into the attics or the eaves of the other property are increased when you diminish the distance in between homes. When you put a pergola 5 feet to a fence line, you're increasing the possibility of spreading fire from one house to another. So I caution you on that. On the dog issue, and that's it, keep in mind that we need to get a hold of people that are violating picking up after their dog. Taking a dog to the park, if it's an ADA dog, is allowed. Number one, you don't have to have a vest on this dog. I don't have a vest on mine. Number two, all you can ask is two questions. One is it a service dog, yes or no? And number two is, what does the dog do for you? You can't ask them what their disability is. I caution you, because putting such a broad scope on the parks with your dog is going to open you up to an ADA lawsuit. So with that said, think about that, and let's go after compliance of people that don't pick up after their dog. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And if anyone had previously spoken that did not get the additional 30 seconds, you can go ahead and come back up for the 30 seconds to be recognized. But for now, next speaker, Ms. Reynolds.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentiez Terrace. In full support about updating and reestablishing the engagement of HOAs and condo associations, but all it takes, and I realize that he took my thunder, is for you to attend our meetings. Because while to come to town hall sounds like a good idea, who has the desire to cross the town with traffic the way it is? Today I was supposed to be here early, and you saw how I arrived. The other day, I went to therapy. My therapy started at 9 o'clock in the morning. I left my house at 8:15, 2 miles away, and I was there late. So if every council member rotates through the year with 11 opportunities, because we don't meet 12 times a year, to go to specific meetings, you get that person to person. Brian Morera was there last month, and it was the liveliest meeting we've had in quite some time. So the memo written mentions that the HOA and the condo associations are the most local form of governance in our community. But you need to realize that every time you come up with an idea, you may be tampering with our governing documents. We had to revise our governing documents in order to add metal roofs. So I also caution with regards to the setback, because we wouldn't allow it, and it would put us into the community through that. I'm in full support of returning the rightful name to Special Taxing District, even if the acronym was laughed at, because it is the right name. In full agreement of removing bike trail from the veteran park, because not only is the park overcrowded, as you mentioned in your memo, but also the people that live on Montrose are livid because of all of the noise produced by all of the activities that we have at that park. I am in full support of going against the Live Local Act bills, which will cause harm to the town, already harmed enough by the overcrowding of our streets and the overdevelopment that we're experiencing. And as for travel to Tallahassee with regards to the Blasting Advisory Board, One thing that has come up is that a lot of people, when they travel the first time, they're like a little lost. They don't know where to stay. They don't know at what time to show up. They don't know exactly what to do. So perhaps if you, the next time that you gather, come up with lessons learned as travelers to Tallahassee and what to do, maybe you can put that on the website, and that would improve communications, at least for me. Thank you very much, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Is there another speaker? Okay, former Vice Mayor Rodriguez, go ahead, name and address.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Nelson Rodriguez, 8753 Northwest 162nd Terrace. I just want to be brief and say that this is an amazing idea of naming Miami Lakes K-8 Center for Miss Perla Tabarez Hatman. I was a previous PTA president. My children graduated from that school. What an honor it would be to have her name on that school. And so I encourage you all to vote for the waiver and vote for this item. This is an incredible opportunity. The impact that she made, not just in Miami Lakes K-8, but at HML, at Barbara Goldman, at Miami Lakes Educational, and Bob Graham. I mean, she really, really, really made sure that the Northwest District, especially our community, had every resource that we need, and it would be an amazing honor. I'm also going to talk to you about the ordinance for the 25-year ad hoc committee, I think, or the resolution. I think that's a fantastic idea, and I encourage you not just to vote that up, but also look at the people that have made huge impacts in this community as members of that ad hoc committee. There's a lot of people here that have made, for 25 years, huge impacts in this community. You know most of them. They're the volunteers that are still around, that are still going around and volunteering in this town. Reach out to them. They have the history, they have the knowledge, and I think they would make amazing committee members there. So I wholeheartedly support that. And just to let you know that I'm glad to hear that we haven't stopped the talking to Miami-Dade School Board about the traffic at Bob Graham. I received a call today from one of the council members, and I appreciate that call. I think that the people in the town need to know that they don't just come up here and voice their opinion and it goes to waste. You guys continue to work on these issues day to day and doing everything that you can get to get it done. And on my behalf, it's appreciated, but I want the residents to know that you continue to work day to day, that their voices don't go unheard, and that issue is still alive. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jim Hamilton. I live at 8528 Glencairn Lane, Miami Lakes, 33016. Mr. Mayor, to the council, town manager. I'm here to support the item that's on the agenda to restore the funds used to balance the town's budget way back in 2023. With these funds restored and existing monies available, the Parks Department can start making the improvements that our park needs. For years, other town projects have taken care at the expense of the park. As we have seen over time, it costs a lot more money to replace items today than 5, 10, and 15 years ago. The park is 53 years old, and like our own homes, we must spend money to keep it efficient. The Parks Department has developed a plan based upon available funding that over time will make these necessary improvements. The Optimist Club volunteers have always supported and worked with the town whatever you provided us. And we will again work and we will support this latest park improvement plan. Thank you for your consideration on restoring the park funds. Thank you.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Norwood. I live at 14844 Breckness Place, few doors down from Fred Simmer, by the way, if that address sounds familiar. I apologize for my address. Jim asked me to come, and I was doing some lawn work, but I'm very happy to be here. I moved to Miami Lakes in 1999. I've been here for 26 years. One of the first people I met was Jim. I was at a park. I was in my first year of law school at St. Thomas University. And there you go. I was just playing basketball. He asked me to coach. They needed a coach, and I wound up coaching basketball for the Optimist Club for about 6 years. During the summer of my first year in law school, the lawyers on here know that that's not really an opportune time to be doing anything other than that, but that's what I did. And I became the basketball commissioner. After law school, I was a part of the founding of the Children's Trust. I served as a public policy advocate for youth and families for the Children's Trust. And later on, I actually became the chair of the Youth Activities Task Force here in this town. And in fact, I started under my chairmanship, Movies in the Park. I'm here simply to say that there's a reason why this community incorporated my first election voting. And that election where only 15% of the voters, I think, voted, over 90% voted to incorporate this town. And I believe a part of that was so that we could have local control over our parks. And the beauty that that provides and the programming that provides needs our continued investment. In addition, I want to stand here. I just heard several speakers talking about Ms. Hampman. Let me tell you, what a wonderful woman. I've had the opportunity to work with her. I chair the Miami-Dade School Board's Audit and Budget Committee. I've been doing that. I've served on that committee for about 15 years now. And she was someone who attended, as the chairwoman of our school board, she attended every audit and budget committee, not because she had to, but because she needed to and wanted to. And she was an extraordinary woman. She was not just a school board member. She was not just the chair of our school board that led us to an A-rank district, that led us to be one of the most important districts academically in this country, but she also believed in the town of Miami Lakes. And so I think it's awesome that there would be some sort of recognition, because I believe the school board itself is considering some sort of recognition at a high level. With that being said, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Alex Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. I think, yes, parks need to be refurbished periodically, but we also have to consider how they're being refurbished. I go through the Veterans Park 2 or 3 times a week. And there has been some update on the equipment there, and it's great. One of the things that I thought was great was one of the weight machines that were missing some weights were replaced. They were slip-on weights. Now somebody has them probably at their house being used. Okay? We need to think these things through. You cannot have slip-on weights, otherwise they'll go missing. Okay? Same thing goes for the Optimist Park. You have chain link fence as a backstop on the baseball diamonds. Figure out some other type of material that will not rust to replace that stuff. Maybe vinyl coated chain link, whatever. So it doesn't have to get replaced so often. These are things that need to be thought through, just like those slip-on weights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there another speaker? Excellent.
Good evening, everybody. Mario Panera, 8825 Northwest 151st Terrace. I'm all for the improvements for the Optimist Park. But I'm also not for the town putting up the whole bill. I think there's other ventures that we could explore. I know that the town is against tackle football, but we do have the Orange Bowl committee that sits in the town, perhaps sitting down with them, exploring that idea. I also know that there is no stadium in the north. Public schools pay to play at football fields at Mylander, so that's another option that we could talk to perhaps with the public schools for them to create a stadium here. But I know that tackle football is a big no-no here in the town, but something that the council would have to decide. It's not as unorganized as PPO. It would be just Friday nights kind of thing, but it's something to consider. It shouldn't be just our bill. It's true that everybody uses that park, as other schools use that park, the baseballs and other organizations, so we shouldn't fit the whole bill. And like I said, there's other people in the town that will show interest as long as we try to fund the venture. Also, Stephen Hurt's new business item, the HOAs. We tried that on the NIC a couple times, and it's true, having one of you guys there makes a huge difference. So if we have a list. I know that Rudy could probably get that to you. We could get that going updated, but we would love, the NIC would love to be part of that as well. So thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Lynn Matos, and I live on the Upper East Side at 16340 Woodwalk. Before I start speaking on the item that I want to talk to you about, I want to just say how very proud I am of all of you and what a great job that I think that you're doing. I've been to a few council meetings over the last years. It'll be 31 years since I moved to Miami Lakes, so I was here for the incorporation and watched this town grow beautifully, amazingly. And one of the things that I've been very passionate about is the Optimist Park. I'm sure that surprises and shocks you that I'm here to speak about it today. I know that park very well. Councilman Garcia will tell you that we toured the park together recently. And in 2023 budget, funds were utilized from the general fund for the Miami Lakes Optimist Park, and I'm going to encourage you to refund that money back. I think it's important that that's done. And the enthusiasm, I was here at the last council meeting, and the robust conversations that you had about the park are very encouraging to me. I remember 2005 when Wilma struck and the clubhouse went down and what that meant. And I've watched the Optimist Club redo and rebuild and create many things in that park over the years. And it's interesting, when the Boundless Playground was built, so many people in this community were involved in that. I can remember being on Main Street raising money. One day I was there 10 hours and raised $80, which I was so excited about. Last weekend was the 6th year anniversary of the passing of my very dear friend, Jack McCall. And I still see Jack and hear his words, and he was so inspiring to me to get involved with the Optimists and be part of that community. Many of you know my story. I met my first friends. I've written about it. I've shared that thought. I have spent 7 years with the Food and Wine Festival in that park, showcasing that park to people from all over, not just our immediate community, but from distances a long way away, and raised a lot of money to give back to the community and really showcased what that park could be. And let's get it done. You have the energy, the enthusiasm, the excitement within you to do this. Let's do this. We've waited a long time. I can tell you, I am going to take my extra 30 seconds.
Yes, exactly. As
I can show you where the flooding is, where the issues are. And yes, there are sidewalk issues. Yes, there's tree trimming. That's not going away. We want the canopy. The canopy creates roots that cause the issues with the roads and the sewers and the sidewalks. That's ongoing. That's not the same thing. That's not what we're talking about here with the renovations to the park. So I appreciate you allowing me, Mayor, the extra time and your undivided attention to my conversation. I'm really pleased with the work that you're doing. I hope you know that I'm here to support you. If there's anything I can do, you can always count on me. I'm excited. This is the first time I haven't had a role in the town in a very long time on a committee or an organization. And I'm here. Please utilize me if you need me, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers in chambers? Okay, excellent. I see at least one more here before we'll go online.
Hi, I'm Isabella Diaz. I live in Royal Oaks. It's my first time, so first of all, I want to start off with
You gave us your name, but we need your address.
8035 Northwest 164 Terrace, Miami Lakes 33016. First off, I want to start off thanking the officers once again. We have a lot of crime going on in Royal Oaks. Unfortunately, my house, the person broke into my house. We got the guy, so I'm constantly giving them credit, and their detectives working hard. The guy's in jail. We're pressing charges. It's happening more and more in our community, which is unfortunately. I'm here to request to see if it's possible the reading of the license plates or driver's license through the guard gates that are through the town, through where you come in through 82nd, no, where Bob Graham is. That one. So maybe at night, that's mainly the crime, the time that we get, it's during the late hours, early morning hours. Another concern that I really have is the traffic in the school hours. I know Mr. Fernandez is aware of that, as well as Mr. Herbst. The traffic is really bad with the school. I've done videos, I've done pictures to show you guys. I got stuck there once for 9 minutes completely. There's no way in and out. My other concern that I have is on 82nd and 167 Terrace. There's a no left turn Monday through Friday. I come in from the Southwest Ranches from leaving my kids from school at St. Mark. So when I come back home from work or dropping them off, I can't make a left turn. There's no school there. There's no church. There's no business. It's a public road. Like how they say in Royal Oaks, it's a public road. I'm requesting to see if maybe, I know it has to go through Miami-Dade, if something can be triggered, because it is hard for us. I know there's officers there, and I have to make a U-turn to come into my neighborhood where I'm only a block away from that street. So those are my main concerns. The guard gates at night, the safety of our neighborhood has really gone down. A lot of crime is happening. The traffic from Bob Graham, and that's pretty much, and once again, I really appreciate what you guys do. It's not an easy job. From us from Royal Oaks, we thank you for guarding our neighborhood constantly day and night. That's it. I think I got everything else. That's it, right? Okay. Thank you.
30 seconds to Mr. Pineda.
Just a quick reminder, Goldman is hosting Hope for Autism Color Run on April 12th from 9 to 11:30. Hopefully, you guys can make it out there in the town. So I'll send you guys a flyer before the end of the week. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in chambers wishing to speak? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
I see one speaker, so if Ms. or Mr. Pennington is attending virtual the meeting and wants to speak, please unmute yourself. Welcome to the regular council meeting. Again, I think so. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
We hear you very well. Welcome.
All right, perfect. So I'm here to speak on a new agenda item, which is the renaming of 142nd Street to Jeff Pennington Street. I just wanted to take this time and speak to the councilmen and women about Jeff Pennington a little bit. We date back to the 1970s when we built our apprenticeship. We are the oldest apprenticeship in the state of Florida. Miami Lakes does have that in their backyard. Not too many of you guys may be familiar with us. We're the best kept secret, we always like to say, but we've been around for quite a long time. We put a lot of money into the town. We definitely try to recruit, and we try to give young men and women an opportunity to attend a tuition-free trade school. And one of the people that's made that possible for over 44 years is Jeff Pennington. And he's worked all 44 of those years, mainly in Miami Lakes, making sure that apprentices and young men and women in Miami Lakes area were, again, getting an opportunity to do something great and have a career. So I see it fitting. I spoke with Mayor Dieguez and brought him up on some of the history of us and how long we've been around. So I just wanted to kind of introduce myself and us, and I hope to be more in touch with the town of Miami Lakes, but I hope more that we can give this to Jeff because he is well deserving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other online public comments, I'm just going to go ahead and acknowledge an email that was sent to the clerk dated today, March 18th. It was received at 4:24 p.m. and the subject of the email deals with the short-term rentals, apparently also in the Royal Oaks area. So I just wanted to make that known for the record. With that, public comments is now closed, and we are on item 16L, which is the renaming request that I'd like to send to the school board for the K-8 Center. But first, I need a waiver of section 7.4 of the Rules of Special Order.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the rule is waived. So I will go ahead and, this is pretty self-explanatory. It's very quick. Speaking with Ms. Duman, who was here earlier, shortly after Ms. Hampman's passing, she asked that we do a special recognition. I had previously written a letter of support to the school board to try to rename the Miami Lakes Educational Center after Ms. Hampman. Unfortunately, at the time, that was not approved. But now I think it's a good opportunity, again, to recognize her for her 26 years of service on the school board, representing not only, our district's many schools, right, which covers Hialeah, PSN, Miami Lakes, et cetera, but also representing Miami Lakes especially. You heard from Ms. Duman about all the programs that she brought to Miami Lakes, not to mention the fact that she was the one that helped increase the capacity and the grades taught over at the K-8 Center. So with that, this is simply about sending a formal request on behalf of the town to the school board to considering naming the K-8 Center in Ms. Hampman's honor. With that, that is my motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Just as a point of inquiry, Mayor.
Yeah. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Are you going to be drafting a letter on behalf of the town council and then we're all signing it, or how are we doing it?
I think that's going to be the best way to do it. I had thought about a resolution, but the letter is going to be more expedient.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And Mayor, we'll bring back a resolution just to formalize it next month in consent, but I don't think that should stop you from being able to forward the letter on behalf of the council. This vote should be sufficient legislative action.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Manager. With that, we are now on the appointments. I have here, I just had it. Here it is. Mr. Hector Rodriguez was appointed by Councilmember Sanchez to the Economic Development Committee. He has since been sworn in, I'm told. Is Mr. Rodriguez here? Is he? Oh, wait. Well, he's not here, but congratulations to him for, yeah, not that one. Oh, awesome. Oh, you should have led with that. Great family, by the way. With that said, we do also need to approve a waiver to allow former Vice Mayor Nelson Rodriguez to serve on Planning and Zoning because he does not have one of the listed careers to specifically serve on there, right? The goal was to professionalize that board, make sure it's people that connect with real estate uses, architects, et cetera.
I'll move to waive.
Okay, motion, is there a second?
Second.
Excellent. Well, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the rule is waived, and Mr. Rodriguez may be sworn in. Again, is he? Oh, there he is. I didn't know he was still here. Again, I think he, after 8 years on the council, I think he has enough background. With that, we are now in the manager's report, beginning with the police report by Major Gonzalez.
Good evening, Major Gonzalez, Town Commander here with the police report for February. So first, to start off with some crime statistics. We're down for the year 71% on Park 1 crimes, which includes domestic robberies. We're down, larceny over, which is theft over. We're down 19 compared to last year at this time. Auto thefts were down 11 compared to last year, which is a 57% reduction. Residential burglaries were down 100%. We had 2 last year at this time. We have 0 for the year, and 0 commercial burglaries. 0 aggravated assaults, and 0 aggravated batteries. No homicides, no sexual assaults, and no domestic robberies. So I like saying it here in wood so I can knock on it. You know. It's a little superstitious, but that contributes to the hard work of our team. We continue with the high visibility patrols, especially during midnight. I know we had a little visit, unexpected visit coming to Royal Oaks, but we stepped everything up with our ad hoc directive patrols, which is a computer-generated directive that we could control and target certain boxes, and then the officer has to go in there 3 times a night. That there are different times that the box generates, and it's all documented through GPS and everything. So we could also direct patrols due to recent, crime or anything that occurs. We did have some good arrests recently. I know we shared that with you guys, and we had last month. I'll talk about these for next month. But last month we had the little bit of a not UPS, but an Amazon package theft going on, where we set up a little sting on a surveillance, and we were able to, one of our detectives identified the vehicle as being used due to information gathering on videos and stuff, and we were able to apprehend the person in custody as he was attempting to do another package theft. So we closed that out. We put him in jail, and ever since that happened, it stopped happening. So that was a good thing done by our team. We're now preparing for the Spring Fling coming up in April, and also the autism bike ride. And I'm starting to add this a little more to my report, but we did 453 traffic contacts, and issued 278 citations, 192 verbal warning, and 8 parking tickets. And with that said, I'll leave it up for questions.
Before I open it up to my colleagues, I just wanted to thank you again for taking the time with the manager and myself to go personally out there on Friday morning to the west side of town, specifically 79th Court and Avenue and all the adjacent streets, to show us how the lighting system works and how unfortunately it was messed up by the county, creating all sorts of chaos. And even talking about some of the improvements that you've made yourself, such as having the area where Officer Angulo was at. There were some residents, and I wasn't sure myself about having the vehicle there and how it, was actually taking space away. But actually, after being there, he asked the officer to leave for a little bit. And honestly, you see how that traffic area, the queue lane, backs up onto 154 and actually causes a backup there, right? That makes traffic worse. So it was really neat to see that just that behavior of having an officer there with the squad car in the lane and telling other vehicles that, once it's full, you can't come in here, you have to go around. That actually, it really does move things a lot faster. And I was impressed by that work. And again, just wanted to also thank you for your time. With that, I'm opening it up to my colleagues. Anyone have questions? Councilman Sanchez.
No questions, just a comment. 2 weeks ago, I was out at Bob Graham Educational Center just to see the situation with the traffic. I was there from 2 p.m. until about 3:20 p.m. And our officers do a great job of keeping the traffic flowing, and making sure that they're not stopping in the middle of the street. I'm very proud of the work that we're doing, and hopefully as part of my research, to come up with a plan to alleviate the police officer from having to be present at the school by having different strategies with the school board of possibly staggering the release time so that way there's not so many cars getting there at the same time, among other ideas. But the time that I was there, it was very smooth. The traffic was not that bad. At no point did I even see any cars backing into the guard gate at Royal Oaks for that period of time on that one Monday. So I'm very happy to see that with our officers, it was able to keep it flowing. But at the ultimate goal is the same way that at 79th Court we installed a traffic light to remove a police officer so they can go back on patrol, is to not have our officers there anymore so they can be patrolling and have the school accommodate the traffic situation. Because we are in a situation that came down from Tallahassee where the school is open to anyone that wants to come to the school, which is way more cars. But our officers are doing a terrific job of securing the area and making sure that traffic is not happening as bad as it was before. So thank you.
Councilman Garcia and then Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Major, again, thank you so much for what you do. And I know when we've all been victim of crime, and especially when somebody burglarizes your home, what I want to thank you is how you and your officers take it personal. And you reach out to the residents and you reassure them. And I just want the residents to know that when that happens, we all take it personally. So I know that crime is at a historic low in Miami Lakes. It doesn't feel that way if it happens to you, but I just want the residents to have faith in our police officers and your staff, because I know you do everything you can to make sure it doesn't happen again. So again, thank you so much for taking it personal. And again, all the residents, when it does happen to you, I totally understand. It feels like, but trust me when I tell you that our police officers take it personally, and they're doing everything they can to make sure it doesn't happen again. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Steve?
Thank you.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Good evening, Major. Just want to add, I had the opportunity, the pleasure of spending like 4 or 5 hours with one of your officers on a ride-along in the morning through afternoon, and it really changed. It's a great perspective, but it really shows that they're really there to care about the community and the active policing. And we also, I had a very good discussion with them because it was a traffic unit about the Goldman issue. Not Goldman, excuse me, Bob Graham, and the traffic patrol there and using the officers' resources. So we really will try to figure out how we can take some of those resources away, because I'd much rather have them doing what we're doing in the morning, doing traffic enforcement, than just, parking enforcement, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hertzberg. Over on my left, anyone want to?
Please.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you again, Major. We appreciate it. This is the first time it's going to be announced, but you're going to hear about it. I just got a confirmation from the school board that we have a meeting on Friday morning to discuss the options that we have. So we're going to meet at Bob Graham. I invite all my colleagues. I haven't had a chance to send the email through the manager, but certainly I invite all of you guys to see if we can come up with some ideas. Real quick, I also had the pleasure of doing a ride-along with the gentleman in the back, Alan, officer, I don't know his last name, but
Alan Doppler.
Professional. I mean, it was an experience that I was so happy to take part of. It was really cool. So you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, anything to add? For my part, I did want to just say I did see the email with regard to the situation with the attempted vehicle burglary and the black magic basically done by Detective Nieves. So just on behalf of myself and the council, really give her all the commendation in the world for putting that guy behind bars.
Thank you. I'll let him know.
And I look forward to my ride along, which is tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow.
Anyone else for the Major? Thank you, Major.
Thank you. Good evening.
We're on to the Public Works and Infrastructure Report.
Good evening, Council. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. So just to summarize, just want to highlight the maintenance activities on the last page, actually the second page. We've completed several work orders, both in sidewalks and roadway roadway repairs. So just wanted to highlight that and open it up for any questions for any of our items.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
I'd just like to add one little tidbit of information, because there was an item that has been discussed in some of our briefings with some of you, the allocation of funds to sidewalks and the importance that has. And I just wanted I asked Omar to compile for me the amount of money that we've invested in sidewalk repair this current fiscal year. If the carry forward amendment is approved in the way that we proposed it, or at least the items that pertain to sidewalk repair, we'll have budgeted, this council will have budgeted $346,000 just in this fiscal year towards sidewalks. And last year, this council invested $321,000 towards sidewalk repair. So over this current year and last year, the 2 fiscal years, we're allocating almost $670,000 to sidewalk repair. So this council has made it a priority, and you've made the hard decision of making that investment in sidewalk repair. And it's proved, you can see the evidence of that when you drive the town, that you could see so many of the sidewalks that have been repaired.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Oh,
yes,
sorry.
through
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, I wanted to, with Mr. Omar here, we can fix all the sidewalks that we want, but until we find and start taking care of the cure, which is these roots, we're going to continue to spend money and fix sidewalks forever. Let's But the key is, we fix the sidewalks, but we don't put root barriers. At least I haven't seen it. So are we aware of the root barrier program?
Yeah. Omar, can you speak a little bit about the root barrier?
So when we have the opportunity to install a root barrier, we do so. The challenge comes when we're faced with a mature tree. We're in between cutting a root that's stabilizing the tree and can not only harm the stability or also harm the health of the tree. Since the root barrier has to go a foot to 2 feet down, we're very close. We're in that zone of the root area that we shouldn't really be touching much. So we do as much pruning as we can to maintain stability and health of the tree, and we work in coordination with our Parks Department, who has the arbor coordinator and the arborist. So we'll consult with them if we see a challenging location that we would like to cut a certain amount of roots, but we have in question, are we gonna do more harm than good? So if we see an opportunity to install a root barrier, we'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Director Santos. Are you done?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm confused. Didn't we have a root barrier program in place?
But, and I don't want to speak for the experts, you know,
Yeah.
Omar and
So
Jeremy are
I'm-
the experts, but every single tree, the situation's unique, right? So it depends on the size of the tree, how close it is to the sidewalk, how close it is to an approach for a driveway. Every single scenario has to be assessed individually. And based on that, when we can, and depends on how close to the surface the roots are. Like Omar was saying, if the roots are super or below grade, then we can't put in the root barrier. So they assess every single situation on an individual basis, and when they can, they do install the root barriers.
Do we have an arborist on staff as of yet?
We have access to an arborist, right? So we have an arbor coordinator who handles most of the tree elements, and whenever we have a tree that needs to be assessed by a certified arborist, then we have access to a certified arborist that we access on a case-by-case basis. So we don't employ one, we contract with one that we access whenever needed.
I would like to request a sunshine meeting, Mr. Vice Mayor, and have our town manager and possibly my colleagues go out, and I would like to show you several things that, and I don't want to say anything that affects our employees, but I want them to go out there and see they took 3 trees of one of our neighbors and pretty much ran asphalt on top of them, and they pretty much chopped them. I don't know if they chopped them with a machete or with what it was, but I'd like you to come out and take a look at them.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia, my recommendation is to reach out to our town clerk as well as our town manager and coordinate a sunshine meeting.
I would like to
at
do
the
that.
location of your choice, but I think that a lot of the issues that you're bringing up right now are more in the new business item territory than in report territory. But with that said, Councilmember Garcia, you had something to add?
No, I just had a quick question. I understand the limitations of a 40-year-old, 50-year-old tree receiving a root barrier. Sometimes it's just not practical because, again, stability of the tree, health of the tree. But we are putting root barriers in all the new plantings. Is that correct? I apologize.
For the new plantings, I'll have to defer to our Parks Department to confirm that.
Can we?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Brackman, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, so we actually have an install project that's starting tomorrow, and all 22 trees are set with root barriers upon installation.
Well, when I 22 trees, but all, I mean, the foresting that's been happening the last 3 or 4 years at this council, even before I got here, was working on. I know you guys
The
have
majority
planted.
of them were case-by-case basis, but
Okay.
as of recent, and the last project that we did last year was also with root barriers. But yes, they are all root barriered from here forward.
Okay, from here forward.
As in, I can guarantee these last 22, I spoke with the vendor, we insured it, and then on the other ones, it was case-by-case basis.
Okay, so I think that's a new business item that one of us could bring up because we need to either go back to trees that have not established big roots, because then we're going to have the same problem 20, 30 years from now. So, it was my understanding we were doing that, and I'll take full responsibility for not knowing that we weren't doing that previously, because I thought the new reforesting included the root barriers in the budget. That was my understanding. I guess I was mistaken in that.
Any other comments on the Public Works and Infrastructure report? Seeing none, thank you, Director Santos.
All right, thank you.
All right, moving on to the attorney's report.
We had one litigation case, the Panaji matter, and I may not be pronouncing their name correctly. That case has been dismissed. The issue's not over, so we're still talking to them. We're also working on the overhaul of the procurement ordinance with staff. And lastly, I'd like to introduce two new members of the firm, Matthew Perez and Melissa Fernandez. They will be working closely with many of you, especially Matthew. Melissa was a part-time receptionist at our firm, so we believe in hiring from within. Lorenzo, as you all know, started as an associate and is now a named partner in the firm. We are now up to 10 lawyers servicing the town and our clients, and we're really proud. And that's my report, short and sweet.
Through the chair.
Morel Law Group wants to be like you when it grows up.
Yeah. I was going to say, you got a regular suits right there, 10 year. Yeah, it's great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any comments on the attorney's report from anyone? Seeing none, we're moving on to committee reports. Distinguished guests, Bill Perez.
Is the mic on? Yeah.
Let me do that again. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Town Council, Town Clerk, Town Manager, Town Attorney. I'm the Chairman of the Veterans Committee, and I'm going to provide the Veterans Committee report. I've given you a previous copy of the report. First item I'm going to talk about is the budget. The net proceeds from the reindeer run this year was $37,600. Gross proceeds was $53,000. For the budget, I know we don't really have line items. We kind of have like items. It's not really like truly a line item. But we need to restore the Memorial Day item into our budget. That way we can actually allocate funds because we do a Memorial Day ceremony. That way we can track better how we fund things. We are allocating $2,000 from our awards section of our budget for Judy's Tree Day. She already got a proclamation. I can talk about her all day long, but basically, let me put it this way: if every time I talk to her and I see how she gets her job done, she reminds me of my XO who worked for me. And anytime a civilian reminds a Marine Colonel of a Marine Lieutenant Colonel, that's the highest compliment I can ever give. So that's the kind of person she is. She is a fire and forget individual. You just launch her and she'll just take care of the mission and she'll exceed all expectations. And she has raised over $150,000 for veterans. And that's just amazing. I'd like to reestablish the grant and aid line item. Like again, it's not a line item, but it used to be on our budget. That way we can track the scholarship program we have now for the veterans' families and the program we have for the American Legion, the relief fund we have for them. As to initiatives and events, as previously stated, we had raised over $37,600 net from the race. Of that, $18,800 will be donated to the town as part of the Veterans Monument Fund, Veterans Park Monument. And all the Veterans Committee's fundraising has donated over $28,800. The plans that the town has got a contract for to develop the monument cost about $36,000. We are hoping that the town can chip in $8,000. I know you guys have it in your pockets right now as we speak. Don't hold out. That's right, I'm looking through the cushions. Okay. The Veterans Scholarship Fund. This is the largest scholarship that the town of Miami Lakes gives, even larger than the Graham Company scholarship. I'm going to keep on saying that until they start giving out more money. We're going to be giving $11,280 in scholarship monies to veterans who are residents of Miami Lakes, their family members, to include even their grandchildren if they're a veteran who's a resident of Miami Lakes, and a veteran themselves as well, immediate family. The American Legion Post, we voted to donate $7,520 to the American Legion Post, our local Legion Post. Normally we used to donate to some national organizations like Wounded Warrior, and we never knew if it affected any Miami Laker. I can tell you the money going to the American Legion Post helps every person who's part of that post, helps every Miami Laker. We have bought food for widows of veterans who were waiting for the VA to start giving them the check from their disabled or deceased husband. We have helped veterans who have had their cars break down, air conditioning break down, pay for bills that they didn't have the money. There's a lot of veterans in need, and this money goes directly back to our people right here in this town or part of our American Legion Post. We plan to develop a website that's part of the town's website called Veterans of Miami Lakes. And basically, as we start developing rules on dealing with our banners, because right now we have a lot of banners and a lot of folks who may have passed away, and we need to give it to the next of kin, but we don't want to forget them. So what we want to do is establish I guess a subdirectory, I don't know what to call it, something inside the website that basically allows you to pull up all the veterans of Miami Lakes, and it's basically their banner, and also you can click on and see if their bio, so you can learn something about them. I'm trying slowly but surely to create a historical division for the town of Miami Lakes. I recommend that it be part of the 25-year ad hoc committee. Someone start figuring out how to create a historical division and how to do it, because in about 50 years, you're going to wish you'd done it. All right. So all the banners, no matter who it came from, will live there to include all the current banners. Also, we'll be using, for the Veterans Park, as you know, there's several trees and several buildings that are named after folks. We're using QR codes to start developing kind of a historical division as who they are, why they did it, and stuff like that. So Judy's tree will have a QR code, so people can just click on there and see what she has done for all the veterans, etc. And the Girl Scout Troop 902 has taken on the mission of detailing and tagging in Veterans Park all those trees and all those buildings, so we can now have kind of like an organized methodology to get the information of who's there, try to get the next of kin so they can give us a bio or some information if we can, so we can actually develop really informative QR codes so folks know more about who these people are. Lastly, I noticed in the agenda item that the bike path for the Veterans Park is going to be removed, and that I concur with that, but that's going to free up $298,000. I'm always following the money. It wasn't funded? You're just breaking my heart, town manager. Every party needs a pooper. Never mind, I had a great idea and now it's gone. Any questions?
Starting from my left, Councilman Sanchez and then Councilman Hertzberg, and then the Vice Mayor.
Colonel, thank you for everything you do. I remember when the Veterans Ad Hoc was in its infancy, and now it's become a powerhouse committee and is net zero to town taxpayers. It makes Veterans of Miami Lakes proud. As a veteran myself, I'm very happy to see all the progress that it's been made, and with you at the helm, I know it's going to be long lasting and very successful for a very long time. You and I spoke briefly at the American Legion meeting about the Veterans Park memorial that we want to construct, and I'm fully in support of that. We're actually going to be speaking about the rollover of the Carry Forward Fund, and I know that is one of the items on there. So I look forward to helping the Veterans Committee and any veteran families, anyone that I can help in that sense. You have my full support, no matter what.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Thank you very much, shipmate. Hey, he's a sailor.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair, thank you for the report. I agree with you about the historical aspect. I'm sort of like wanting to make the Veterans Committee now like the Town Historical Committee too. I don't know if you want to take that on, but I do want to ask you, though, because as a chair of the Veterans Committee, the town's asked you to be part of the 25-year ad hoc committee. I don't know if you're...
I've not been asked.
Okay, well...
Am I being asked now?
Yeah, I think you're being asked now, yeah.
Okay, why not? Sure.
or maybe you missed the email, because I think it might have gone out.
Maybe I haven't read the email.
So yes,
Actually, I was asked, and I did say yes.
So you're right, that 25 history should be a part of that, so that's just an idea. Whenever we have our first meeting, I'll make sure to stop by, but I appreciate those type of ideas. That's really important for us.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Mr. Vice Mayor, and then Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wanted to quickly ask, are there any issues with attendance or anything like that in the committee? Good attendance?
No, our attendance is really, really good. I mean, I cannot complain. And I think with the rules change that you're proposing, Vice Mayor, there should be no issue. I mean, the folks in the Veterans Committee are super motivated. They see that we're an active community that does a lot of service, does a lot of good. And, we don't rest on our laurels because, we just keep on pushing to make sure that this town continues to be the most patriotic town that I can see in Miami-Dade County.
Thank you. And just keep in mind, I mean, obviously, we're going to have a new business item today on the committee rules, assuming it does pass. Just make sure that the report at least just lets us know that people are attending and it's just quickly easy to see that, hey, everyone's complying with attendance. No one needs to get booted, and we're good.
Right.
I did also want to ask, given that I think that the last time we talked about the funding on the Veterans Monument, I think that you were telling me that I think like about 10,000 was going to come in from the Reindeer Run, but it looks like
we got more. We got 18 more.
So if we're 8,000 away, I just want to ask the town manager if that 36,000 number is still accurate.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Tell me again.
Yeah, the $36,000 for the design cost on the Veterans Memorial.
Yeah, Jeremy, is he here?
Might be getting
Yeah.
pizza.
I believe that's the number that
the
Jeremy.
number hasn't changed.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Perfect. That's what I want to know. And then I do really like the historical division idea that you brought up. 100% support. And you know the old saying, no good deed goes unpunished. So I nominate you.
No, I knew I was jumping on that grenade. That's what I do. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, real quick. First of all, thank you. Thank you for the service to the
much,
town.
Councilman.
Thank you for the service to our country. We appreciate it. I would love the idea about the history. When I chaired the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, we actually did a history tour. If you want to go that route, I would love to be a part of it. So.
Well, I am no expert on creating a historical division except how the military does it, and I'm kind of thinking the town wants it a little different. So any great ideas and any good ideas will be all solicited and all used, and we'll try to see what we can come up with.
Through the chair? No, but if you don't mind.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. The idea you had with the QR codes, I mean, honestly, we can have a historic plaque with the QR code and everybody can find out.
I figured that was a good baseline.
That was the best. I mean,
Yeah.
You add to that and continue, it'll be an easy way to expand that to different
Yeah.
areas. I think that's
That creates a nice foundation, and then
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just have to basically put it somewhere in our website, tag it, and then we are well on our way to having pretty useful. And even kids can start using it to learn. Our elementary school, they could use their phones and learn about the history of Miami Lakes just by following in that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, lady.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now, there are no special presentations, so we're moving to the consent calendar. Nothing was taken from consent. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt the consent calendar.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Councilman Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is passed. Now we are ordinances on first reading. 13A, the budget amendment. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the town's fiscal year 2024-2025 budget established by ordinance number 24-330, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all action necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor?
Excellent. And this is not a public hearing because it is an ordinance of first reading, correct? Yeah, so just for the council. So with that, who is asking to speak first?
Mayor?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Peterman.
Yeah, I just want a quick explanation. I know we don't normally have much debate or explanation on first reading, but I just give you the Reader's Digest version. The items at the bottom of page 1 kind of give you a recap of where we are with fund balance. It attributes the 15% for the ordinance of how much we have to leave in fund balance, and then it has some items that need to be backed out, leaving you with a fund balance of 1.559 for consideration for any kind of reallocation. What the the staff has done is put together a list of our recommended items to allocate those $1.559 million to. There's 28 items on our list, and everything past that point, that's the end of the general fund explanation. Everything past that point are all of our other funds, like special revenue funds, building fund, impact fees, mobility fee or fund, etc. So really, it's just taking the last year's balances and pushing them into this year with some minor adjustments for items that have already taken place. So with that, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, before that, let's get us in the proper pasture. Is there a motion and a second to get us into discussion?
I move to adopt as provided by staff.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Fernandez. We are now in discussion. Mr. Vice Mayor.
The way I see it, the priorities as they're listed, I mean, for me, obviously the 25th anniversary event is an important one for me. I mean, I think everyone up here just acknowledged the importance of acknowledging our history and recognizing our history. The Veterans Memorial is one that's very important to me, as noted by the fact that I brought it up last meeting. Those that are reinstating the MLOP, the transfer to MLOP to reinstate from fiscal year 22-23, that's frankly the largest line item in the entire recommendations list. To me, it's a no-brainer because I have stood behind, I stood behind this ideal back during the discussion about the senior center. I stand by it now. You do not take money from capital accounts to fund ongoing expenses. So this is righting a prior wrong. This has nothing to do with the political issue involving the park. This has nothing to do with the bond. This has to do with righting a prior wrong with regard to the MLOP capital account. It should be reinstated, and then the funds that were set to be there should be utilized for that park. And I yield my time.
Who would like to speak next? Councilman Herzberg, then Councilman Sanchez, and then Councilman Garcia, and we'll go with that order for now. Again, Herzberg, Sanchez, and Garcia.
Good job, Mayor. Thank you. First, I'm in agreement with the Vice Mayor on those two items, especially the first two. We already discussed that. We voted for that. And putting back the capital improvement for Optimus Park, it's something shouldn't have done. I hope we never have to do something like that again. I think we strive not to do that, but those are no-brainers. My only, I think this is well done. My only hesitation on this, we talked about it with our agenda briefing. I hate the word study in government. There's some studies in here. One of them is required, the impact fee study, correct? If you can just talk about the impact fee and the salary study, because those are two that caught my eye, but I understand there's a need.
Yeah, the impact fee study, I believe, is one that will end up getting a return on our investment. And I spoke about it real over the top when we had our workshop for MLOP, about a source for potentially for future funding for MLOP. Currently, we work under the umbrella of the county's impact fee ordinance. And what that means is that when somebody's going to have a development that takes place in Miami Lakes, those developers, when they file for their permits, they pay impact fees that go straight to the county. The county, basically, for all intents and purposes, all they do is they take a small administrative fee, it's not very much, and then quarterly we get the proceeds from those impact fees that different developers pay to the county on our behalf. Currently, there are 3 impact fees. One is for public safety, which this council has directed and we have employed, which is all used towards the build-out of the LPR network. Then there's 2 that are for parks. One is for open space, which is for the acquisition of new park space. The problem is that the county ordinance is developed based on the needs of the county as a whole, right? But because the county is still growing, there's a lot of areas that they're still building out brand new developments, and they're building out west and so forth and down south. We don't have that, right? So we don't have the luxury of a whole lot of empty land for us still to acquire for park space, right? So the second one is for park improvements, but they're individual buckets, right? So when we get money from the county for our impact fees and money goes into the open space bucket, we cannot use that currently for improvements on parks that we already have. So my hope and intent is for us to develop our own impact fee ordinance. By doing that, my hope is that we'll come out of that with, instead of 3 impact fee categories, only 2. One for public safety and then one for parks. That would give this council the flexibility to use that either in the acquisition of new park space, or for improvement of our existing parks. That's my intent. But the very first step, it's like an algorithm that has multiple steps. The very first step in that entire sequence of events is to conduct this impact fee study. Then it'll lead to other steps that we'll have. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that we're going to end up with a better product when we have our own impact fee ordinance based on our needs and developed for the needs of Miami Lakes. The second one that you mentioned was the salary study. Since I've been here a little over 6 years, we unfortunately have lost a lot of talent to other local governments in South Florida. Some we've even lost talent to governments in other parts of the state, some to other parts in the country, right? So my hope is with this, and the term that I put in here is probably a misnomer because it says salary study, but it encompasses much more than just pay. It encompasses much more than just salary. It'll look at holistically at our entire benefit package, salaries, benefits, etc., and then it'll look at it job description by job description. Some of our positions are transferable and they have equivalents in the private sector. Some of them are not. Some of them are unique to private or public sector. But what I want to do is be able to conduct this salary study, which will tell us this job description is properly paid, it's within market, this salary or job description is below market, and it'll give us a detailed report. They may say your entire staff is underpaid, you need to offer X% to get the entire staff up, but this one needs a bigger bump based on job description. And my hope is that we can prevent I don't want to call it a hemorrhage at this point because we haven't lost that many, but we've lost enough where I think that this is going to be a significant thing because, my paradigm, I came from an industry, from a public service industry where you got on, you stayed there for 25 to 30 years, and you had a great career, and there are tremendous benefits to that. And I'd like to create an atmosphere here that not only our familial atmosphere that we create, and that's on me, that's on this council, that's on us to create that atmosphere, but also, sometimes people want to stay here, but they just can't afford to. They have families, they will have kids, especially our young talent. That's primarily the ones that we've lost, are our young talent that we can keep for another 20 years, 25 years. And I'd like to be able to create a benefit package that will help attract and keep talent here within Miami Lakes. And those are the 2 studies that you mentioned.
Right, and just briefly, I'm not making any motion I want to discuss with you guys. The only other 2 things that I have hesitation on is 26, renewable energy feasibility study. I know that was something that was discussed previously. I just want to hear more about the reasoning for that. And then it came up, but the $40,000 to dedicated pickleball courts as well. I mean, those are my only hesitations. Everything else looks good.
Yeah, the pickleball one is one that has been kind of mulling around, and it was something that you were going to probably see, even if the folks here were not going to recommend it, because obviously everybody knows it's an up-and-coming sport, even though it's been around for many, many years. People sometimes mistake it and think that pickleball was just created over the last few years, but it's been around for many decades. So what this proposal would be is to take one of the tennis courts at MLOP and reconfigure it with new striping, new netting, and everything to have them 4 permanent pickleball courts. So that would still leave us with 3 tennis courts, and then we'd have 4 pickleball courts in the same physical space. Currently, we have 4 tennis courts, and only when they configure them for pickleball, that takes out 2 of those tennis courts. So we can double the pickleball capacity with only having 1 of the tennis courts sacrificed. So when we do have our programming, that we have a tennis instructor, and they go, if we were playing 2 courts with pickleball, and the tennis instructor is using the other 2, somebody who wants to come in and play tennis doesn't have a space. So that will give us 1 extra open court for open play or whoever comes in to play. So that is the proposal for the reconfiguration of 1 tennis court, and that will give us 4 pickleball courts.
Next was Councilman Sanchez.
So, reviewing the 28 items, one of the questions that I forgot to ask the other day, are these set in order of priority?
The only 2 that are in priority are the first 2, because the one who sets priorities here is this council.
Right.
I don't determine priorities. I have my own personal priorities, but I don't determine it, right? So the only 2 that are in priority order are the first 2, because this council took a vote with the new business items that we saw last month. So the rest of them are in here based on what I believe is the general consensus that we've had conversations, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes in public forums with this council as a whole. And so they are in here based on no particular order, but what I believe are important items to this council, some of you as individuals and some of you as a whole.
Okay. Then in that case, I move to amend this order and move number 19, the mini park capital program, up to position 6.
Well, just be clear. As I understand it, all of these are going to be funded regardless of what. But you just want to, just okay.
Prioritize.
I'll second that. Yeah. So, any discussion on that particular amendment? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The order is changed.
No, no.
Councilman Garcia, then Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Manager, thank you so much, and staff. I know this is going to be fun couple months. And then, with the budget cycle that comes up as well. I think, again, reinstating what we took from MLOP, I mean, that's just a no-brainer, right? A couple things that I wanted to just say to my colleagues is, studies are great and we need them. I'm just wondering, the salary study in itself is a salary, right? 40,000. But I know your intentions are true. I'm just thinking through Indeed or through LinkedIn, I know they have different memberships. I think they provide certain reporting, real-time reporting from other municipalities, same thing, that kind of give you a medium. What are we paying? What range? Are we at the medium? Are we above or below? I was just pondering if you could just look into existing vehicles right now that are available that might be a lot less. And I mean, $40,000 again. I know what you're trying to do, and I agree. You have to find out.
We'll look into it. The only issue is there's so many different job classifications within our lineup of positions. In addition to that, this goes much deeper than just salary, and that's the thing that there's
benefits and things like that.
Yeah, it goes that far. So even things like maybe recommending tuition reimbursement that may be an attractor to young talent, right? It wouldn't be for me because I'm an old man. and I got my degree already under my belt. But for new talent,
Yeah,
that may
yeah.
be something that's an attract, and those are things that this can measure and it can gauge, and it can give you recommendations on things to explore.
100%, I
Yeah.
agree. I just think that if you look at any current, because, you know, I hire, when I'm hiring, sometimes I look for that. And most jobs already include that tuition reimbursement element to it. It includes that. So a lot of this is already baked into the cake when it comes to what the market is doing when it comes to doing that. I will just ask you, see if there's any
We'll
other
explore.
existing products that are out there, which I know
Absolutely.
they are. And if I find, I'll send them to you.
Well,
'Cause
absolutely. We'll
I just think
explore any and all
40,000
options out there in the market.
40,000 is, to me, a little bit pricey on that end. I think it could be done, the exact same goals you have, for maybe, 5-10% of that, maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000. But I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of just different options on that. Just keep an open mind when it comes
No,
comes to
absolutely.
that.
We'll take a look at all those options.
And the impact fee study, is that are you looking to look into what other municipalities are doing, or are you hiring, you're hiring a consultant?
There's a consultant that we would hire that does this.
For the county?
This is kind of like a niche
Okay.
within the consulting world, and all they do is they do these impact fee studies. And again, it's the first step in this whole process. And another step that we may have to take, which is to the development of a Parks Master Plan,
Oh, yeah.
because there's other things. The most important thing in developing, when you develop impact fee rates especially, it has to be based on something. It can't just be a number you pull
Sure.
out of thin air, right? So it has to be based on something. And what all this information will do is we're going to have to identify what our needs are, right? And that's why I say ultimately, I'm hoping that the end result is going to be a single park impact fee that will give this council much more flexibility with how to use the money.
100%, since we really are built out. We really don't have any lands to purchase for parks, so absolutely. Yeah, that was a great idea on your part.
Yeah.
And this is the last thing I want to say, because I know we want to get through this. And I'm going to bring it up again, beating a dead horse. I still feel we need to start funding, even if it's one at a time, more officers. I'm going to say it, I'm going to keep saying that every single time we go through these exercises, to figure out a way we can add more officers on the road. And we've seen how, officers, we just saw how an officer standing there mitigating things real time helps. And if we had officers do that, and also police our neighborhoods, which, as you can see, criminals look for any opportunity. So when they know that there's something going on over here, they're over here. So just a reminder, my colleagues, that's something I know you guys always have made the priority, public safety. I think everybody here campaigned on that. So just keep an eye on that going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Manager.
Councilman Fernandez.
I'm full support. Everybody here knows that that I support anything to do with the park, and especially in the fact that we are actually reinstating money that is actually owed to that. So I'm okay with all of it. I think I'm gonna. I don't know if you answered it, but regarding what Councilman Hertzberg brought up, the renewable energy feasibility study. I don't know if you touched on that. Did you answer that? Or?
No, I did not. Yeah, it was an item that then council member Dieguez brought to the table. We just have not had the opportunity, and I don't want to steal his thunder, to fund it. It's been on the books for the last couple of years since he brought it up. So I'll allow him to explain what the intent of that study would be.
In short, you may recall that I've been wanting to begin the process of converting some of our vehicles in our fleet to electric, right? And add charging stations across town. And there was at one point even a discussion about converting some of our buildings to run on some alternative type of power as a cost-saving measure, right? Like hiring or contracting for all these vehicles, and even eventually having alternative forms of energy to fuel, say, Town Hall or the youth center. The idea there is to bring down the town's cost in the long term. And so that's where it all came from. But in order to do that, what town staff recommended was to do a comprehensive study to evaluate which vehicles should go first, which location should get a new charging station first, which one would be more appropriate, to give us options in more detail. And also, if we're going to at least convert a building to some kind of solar power or some other type of alternative power, the idea would be to study which one and get us more accurate cost information with respect to what it would cost to install there, how much in savings we can get, right? Because we can use the FPL tool, for example, to kind of get a rough estimate, as part of their special program they have, to use facilities with their solar panels. But we need a professional study to get more exact numbers instead of just kind of extracting or just purely trusting somebody else's numbers. So that's where it comes from. And so it's $40,000, but it's to get a savings for our taxpayers and covering multiple aspects of a renewable energy plan, which is why it's more broad in how it's described and doesn't say study for charging stations or study for converting public buildings to alternative power. But that's basically where it comes from. And I hope that also answered Councilman Herzberg's question as well. With that, do you have any other questions? Okay, let me give Councilman Cuadra Garcia a chance to speak, and then we'll go back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if all of you know that one of when I ran one of my proposals to the residents was my slogan, Angelo Garcia for Better Ideas, okay? I'm all about small town, but at the same time, we have to have fiscal responsibility, okay? When I saw these 28 items today, they looked like Japanese to me. I know they all have a meaning and they all have somewhere something in everybody's heart, because I see a lot of things of, but let's be very careful when we make a decision. I know we're not making any decisions on these numbers today, but let's be very careful. This is a lot of money. Whatever we do, let's make sure that we are sure that we're making the right decisions. So with that said, again, I'm all about keeping small government, but at the same time, making sure that we have priorities, that we set our priorities. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, when I made my comments initially, I almost forgot that when I seconded that I'd be the first one up, so I didn't have a chance to prepare myself. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to take a second crack. Very briefly, I did want to recognize and thank Melissa, as well as the finance team, the budget team, everyone that put this together in such a digestible format. Honestly, you do make our jobs a lot easier. Very briefly, Mr. Manager, can you explain the importance, because I think this should not be missed out on, of the $68,640 for the amplification of the litter crews?
I'm glad you asked, because before we close, I was going to explain that one, because I think that's one that's important for the residents, and I think for this council, many of you on this council. Currently, originally, our normal MO was 2 litter crews 7 days a week. Over the last few years, when we've had some budget constraints, we've had to change it. The second half of last year, similar to this year, in the budget amendment, we were able to fund to increase the litter crews to 3 crews all 7 days of the week. And I think that it was noticeable throughout the entire town, the improvement in the litter control throughout the town. Once again, this year, we had to start, during our budget compilation process, we had to start making some cuts. So we had to go back to a limited litter crew service back in October 1st. What we have currently is the equivalent of 1.5 crews. And what I mean by that is there's 2 crews, I think 2 crews 4 days a week, and 3 crews 3 days a week. So what this $68,000 would do, it would be to ramp the litter crew staffing back up to 3 crews 7 days a week. And with that, it gives us several benefits. Obviously, It gives us more staffing. It'll give us the ability to hit all the main thoroughfares where most of the litter is done. It'll give us the opportunity to go to the area of the underpass at 67th Avenue and the Palmetto. Even though that's outside the town limits, it'll still be able to give us the opportunity to make sure that we catch that. The perimeter road around the outside, that's an area that's sometimes neglected because we don't get through there as much. It'll give us the opportunity to make sure those areas are maintained. So you'll see the dramatic improvement if this funding is approved by this council.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As far as the dedicated pickleball courts, there was a question that I raised to Jeremy during the Chamber Golf Tournament, and honestly, I forgot the answer that he gave me. It was with regard to whether we have any existing contracts with maybe a coach that gives lessons on the tennis courts or anything like that would interfere with where if we took over one of the tennis courts and turned it into a pickleball court, would we be in breach of any obligations?
Yeah, so as the manager alluded to, essentially the way that we would be converting the one court, it's actually the one furthest west, we would not be interfering with any of the rented courts and still providing the open space court for any residential use.
Thank you. I honestly forgot the answer you gave me. I also want to stress something about these courts for me, and I'm not going to speak for the mayor, but something that I've emphasized with Miami Lakes Optimist, and I think he has as well, is it is in many respects not a park for the everyday Miami Laker because it's such a league-oriented park. Having an open play pickleball court like this just drives more Miami Lakers to use our parks, so I think it is a fruitful venture, and I do really support this item, as well as the fact that they have gotten themselves organized. They have gone through the civic engagement process of getting petitions signed, showing up, giving the public comments, and I do like listening to our residents. They tend to be pretty smart people. Finally, the mini park capital program, it shows as phase 2 and 3. Can we just confirm phase 1 is completed?
The phase 1 is almost done, right? Yeah, it's almost done. And phase 2 and 3 would be the completion of the entire cycle. So there was only 3 phases that were originally planned. We broke the parks up into 3 phases. And so if this funding is approved in this item here, 1 is almost done, and then 2 and 3 would be completed with this funding.
And does this capital program include a swap out or replacement of most of the equipment at these parks?
I think it's come on, Terry.
I know we've had a
it's
lot
park
of
by
issues with
park.
that
It depends on the needs. And one of the things that the mayor and I, when we went driving around the town, one of the things that we noticed is similar to the issue at Optimist Park, which is the well water and the sprinkler system. It's great because it keeps the grass green, but it keeps all the play equipment, the slides and all those things, with the stains, rust stains. It's not the actual item that is rusting, it's the water that is staining the item. So it doesn't deteriorate the item, it just makes it look really ugly. So I think Jeremy, in this process, is going to develop some ideas to see what we can do similar to Optimist Park, to mitigate the rust stains on the equipment in the mini parks as well as Optimist. But let him explain exactly where we are with it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Yes, so the mini parks improvement plan right now incorporates adding signage for the last 2 phases. I know Daniel Angel and Dr. Tony Lopez actually commenced this back in the day, and we lost funding there for a while. So the goal here was to go back and actually get the signage completed, update all benches for uniformity, trash bins, add the concrete padding necessary to have ADA access to these benches. I know on P52 we were just at for the boat signage. We saw there was one bench is out there in the middle of grass. It's not accessible via ADA rules, so anytime we come across a park of that nature, it's also adding the access to it. We all are also looking at the playgrounds for repairs necessary. In the case in which we take a cost-benefit analysis and the value of parts exceeds that of replacement, we will take a look at that. But right now, it is simply replacing parts that are damaged. These are platforms. It can be the handle rails. It can be the slides, which we've, I think, just changed out 2 recently. So yeah, it takes that into effect, as well as adding EWF borders to any of the playgrounds that didn't have. We had a lot of issues with the EWF over time kind of spilling out, creating extensive areas versus keeping all of that mulching into the playground, which is actually very vital because that type of mulching helps with the rebound for kids that fall off a slide or so forth. So we also added some of the border for that as well.
Thank you, and I have no further comments.
Anyone else for the second round? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeremy, really, I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, I forgot to add this. I know that Councilman Cuadra Garcia was also asking, can we perhaps by the next meeting get an understanding of how much, get a number on, on the foresting projects that we've done over the last couple of years?
I'm sorry, the which
the
ones?
reforesting projects we've done?
Okay, the numbers in regards to...
The numbers regarding the root barriers, if they were placed or not?
Okay, yeah, I'll get you the amounts of placed for the trees necessary.
Well, yeah, like I still see trees being planted right now. Like new trees get planted all the time. And you're telling me 20 something, but again, I was under the impression that every new tree got a root barrier. So we prevent this problem going down the road.
Yeah, so we started doing a few years back was looking at right tree, right swale, not just the holistic approach of planting hardwood, large shade, one canopy trees in every swale. We looked at it by if the swale was appropriate for a large hardwood canopy and it had enough distance, we
Yes.
would do so.
Perfect.
If there was any chance that we could install root barrier within that swale, we would. Now, if the swale itself wasn't conducive for that, we would go ahead and plant smaller, medium to small trees.
But any shade oak tree or
we can take a look at that.
yeah, absolutely. Can you do me a favor and figure out what's needed or for the future so we can add to the budget?
Okay.
As far as how much that would cost, if we're doing it or not, so we kind of have a cost, because honestly, I'm trying to prevent, this is a cost savings for us, maybe not this council, but the next one and the next one are gonna come back and thank us for making sure we're putting root barriers.
Definitely, we'll take a look at the most recent
And I know
reforestation
that,
projects.
I just want Councilman I know he's been an advocate for that as well, so I just want to make sure, let's nip it in the bud now and see if we
Understood.
can save some. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close out then. I'm going to be voting in support of the carry forward amendment as it's presented. As you can see here, most of this is all parks, right? And in many cases, reinstating money that we had to cut because, in some cases we were trying to keep taxes artificially low. In other cases, and I saw it myself when I first started in the council, you had people taking from the Optimus Park Fund to create new projects, right? I think one of the speakers mentioned that before, and I never thought that was wise or correct. So this, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, is in many ways making that account whole, and also in terms of the operational budget, also restoring things that are essential to make sure that the park is, does not continue to further deteriorate. And with the Mini Parks Capital Improvement Program that I was able to restart last year, it continues that work and completes it, where now we're doing phases 2 and 3, and it's part of my ongoing commitment to make sure that all our parks are improved. And again, so I'm very happy to support this. It also finally has the renewable energy feasibility study, which again, the idea is to try to get tax savings for our taxpayers after that. So with that, I'm ready to go. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Item 13A, ordinance in first reading as amended. Council Member Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Council Member Hertzberg.
Yes.
Council Member Sanchez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 13A, passes.
Excellent. We are now on ordinance in second reading, 14A. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Article 4, Division 3, titled Short-Term Rentals, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And I guess, Mr. Correa, you will be presenting the item?
I can.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. So the item that you have before you is a revision to the short-term rental ordinance. As you know, one of the things that hampers our ability to really disallow short-term rentals in its totality, although I know that that's something that many of us would like, and many of our residents would. We are preempted by Florida statute. Florida statute provides that short-term rentals are something that are allowable in municipalities such as ours. However, it does give us the ability to regulate them so that they do not, cannot just act, independently of our ordinances. They have to follow certain rules. Some of the key items that you're going to see in this ordinance is there's an increase in the registration on the renewal fees. There's an adding of fire life safety inspections. There's a raising of fines for code violations. There's implementing a stricter criteria for the suspension of vacation rentals, and it provides also the town manager with authority and guidelines to be able to revoke the vacation rental permits. Another thing that you voted on earlier is in the consent agenda, there was an item approving a particular vendor that's going to assist our code enforcement team to be able to identify which are those Airbnbs or other short-term vacation. Airbnb is not the only game in town, so to speak, and figure out whether they are in fact have registered or abiding by this ordinance, and if not, be able to suspend their actions, and take enforcement actions. So I do encourage you to pass this. Also, another thing is this was reviewed by our Planning and Zoning Board, who sits as a local planning agency of the town of Miami Lakes. There were some suggestions that they made, some which we were able to implement, others that we were not. One of them is there was an idea of putting a noise box. And there's one particular municipality that has it. I have some questions as to how that could open us up to certain, and the legality of it and certain liability. What it does is just basically records decibels, records noise, for lack of a better word, and then reports it to the police department, and the police department can take corrective action. We can definitely look into it if this board decides that it wants to incorporate that as an option for us to look into it and come back, or just some blanket language that we can look at, and the town has discretion to look into other devices or electronic devices to deter noise. The other thing was with regards to a BTR from Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County does not require a BTR. However, if they did in the future, we could also incorporate that into our code of ordinances. And those were really the two major ones. There were other few that we did incorporate. And I'm open to any questions that you all may have.
Before we move to the council and entertain any motions, this item is a public hearing. Therefore, any members of the public wishing to speak, now is the time for you to approach the well and have an opportunity to speak on this item. Again, this is 14A, short-term rentals. Seeing none in chambers, going once, going twice. Madam Clerk, anybody online?
I will just double check. I still see one individual. If you're here for public comments for the ordinance in second reading, please unmute yourself.
That's Mr. Peniston. He's watching for the code designation, which is coming up soon.
Okay, so there is no one in public meeting, in the public remote online.
Excellent. Okay, so with that, public comments is now closed. Is there a motion?
I move it.
I'll move.
Who was the first one to say they moved? Oh, Councilman Garcia, and then the second?
Yeah. I'll second.
Councilman Fernandez. All right, we are now in discussion. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for working on this. I know this has been an item that a lot of residents have been complaining about for years, and they honestly, they deserve for us to do something about this. Especially the whole point of this was to make sure that the bad actors, because there are a lot of good actors. I mean, there are. And there's houses that do this, and you never get one complaint, but there are continuous bad actors. So, my goal is to have this to have teeth, right? Some sort of teeth. And I know we're limited by what the state regulates. Could you talk a little bit more in detail about I know you increased the fines for bad actors. Talk about people that continue to do this and create this nuisance for our residents. Can you go a little detail on the fines and what exactly it means to the property owners?
Yes.
If they continue to have properties that are causing issues for our residents.
Yes. Through the mayor, Councilman, You'll notice in page 284, it discusses the violations. There's a violation right now, it's punishable with a fine up to $250 for a first-time violation and $500 for each repeat violation. These actual violations go to, as you mentioned, the property itself. And if they are, just like with any other fine, that property owner does have the right to appeal them. If they don't, then the fines are become hard after a certain period of time, and then they do accrue interest and penalties. There was a question on the Planning and Zoning Board about having continual daily fines. Now, the issue is that that's not possible until the person has had a chance, a due process opportunity to come and appeal them. Once that has terminated and they haven't paid and they haven't corrected the violation, right? First is correction, then the payment of the citation, then that would accrue daily fines and interest. Right now, the way that we've revised our code, it provides that a person that has a fine on their property, first of all, and that's not corrected, has only a certain amount of time to be able to make that payment and make that correction, and if not, they are no longer able to. And those fines will continue to accrue. So that mitigation that we did have at one point, where somebody could have these fines and continue being a violator, and then just come into full compliance and be able to mitigate them and come to maybe like a 1 day's fine, that is no longer the case. That's no longer possible. So that, I believe, is the biggest. That also arming Mr. Angel and his code enforcement team with a very good software and product out there that will assist them in identifying who the violators are, I think will serve the town well.
Okay, and as far as, I know that these parties are happening on weekends, things like that. As far as code enforcement, we're being made aware by complaints from residents, right? But, how do we, what are we doing to make sure that we're actually, if there is an issue going on, that we are verifying that is going on?
Right. I'll allow Mr. Angel and our police department to answer that, but there's two separate issues. One is the code issue.
Sure.
And here you have the actual ordinance that has to be abided by. And Mr. Angel and Mr. Angel's team, and he's got folks on the ground on the weekends as well, will be verifying this. The second part is the actual, goes to the noise issue. And if there is a violation of noise and it goes beyond a certain time frame, then the police department can be called and address that particular issue.
Sure, but repeated offenders, and as far as that aspect of it, do we need to do something different or add something as far as repeated offenders with noise variances, issues, same house over and over again every single weekend?
I was looking for you.
What, as far as the law is concerned, what options do we have in that sense?
So the challenge that we have is a lot of these, that we don't have a lot. There's one in particular that we have an issue with. They're under LLC. And every time that you get a noise complaint, it's going to be a different person.
Sure.
So we can't have progressive enforcement because the last guy we told to turn the music down, tomorrow it's another person. So if it's a homeowner, right, and it's your house, and I come today, and then tomorrow it's your home, and I could give you a civil fine citation after I tell you to turn it down. But every day is a different person. There's no homeowner there. It's a renter, and it's different renters because they're Airbnbs. So
no, I get that part,
that's
100%.
That's the challenge that we have.
The individual,
we're not going to see the same face twice.
I get the individual. I guess I'm asking so many lawyers up here. Is there anything that holds an owner responsible for their property if it continues to be used in a way that illegal activities or activities that are breaking laws continue to happen? Do they get, besides civil, is there anything available to address that?
Okay, so a few things. One is, and Mr. Angel just brought something to my attention, is that one of the other things that they're doing in conjunction and coordination with the police department is when the citations with the incidents reports occur, they're forwarding it to him, and then the code enforcement officer can go out there and do the formal citation. One thing that's important is to realize and understand that there's a difference between the homestead owner, the owner that owns the house and can claim homestead property, and what we can do. We can't really do much on a code violation. But a lot of these homes that are short-term rental are not necessarily homestead. okay? They're rental properties by nature. So it'll get to a point, and this is something that it'll be a policy issue and a policy decision for all of you to make and to give instructions to the manager and to us as your attorneys, whether at that point when the fine has become voluminous, what type of action you want us to take. And they can include a foreclosure action in foreclosing that lien. So yes, I mean, it starts by baby steps, by these small fines, but these small fines for these bad actors can grow very fast over a period of time. And at that point, then we can take additional action civilly, which can include a foreclosure action.
Absolutely. I think that's something we definitely need to do, especially for the bad actors. But, you know, underage drinking, you know, things like that, drug use at these parties, it's just hard for me to wrap my head around that the actual owner of the property has zero responsibility for that, even though it's a business, right? So let's say you get there and there's drug activity, underage drinking, whatever it is, right? It's just someone that's not a lawyer said, man, you own the place, that's your responsibility. Something bad's going on, it's on you. So I guess we're hitting them financially, right, in the pocket. But if there's any way we can also hit them criminally for anything, I know the laws maybe don't exist right now, but I don't know what we have to do. But if someone continues to have these underage parties or parties that create crimes and they're just, you know, not responsible for the actions.
Yeah, obviously, and I mean, I don't want to speak for the mayor, if he goes to one of these houses and there's blatant illegal activity going on,
Yeah.
you're going to take action.
Sure. I guess I'm remembering my high school
But if
days,
it's just
but
noise, if it's a nuisance, then it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I get it,
One
I get
thing that Mr. Angel actually just brought to my attention, Director Angel, is that the new program, the new software which you approved in consent, also has the ability to detect improper, let's call it improper, use of homestead. So somebody that is declaring homestead and is really,
Oh,
it's
that's
not
good.
their homestead, and will report it to the county, and will also give
There
us
you
that
go.
information. So again, when we get to that level that you want us to take
Yeah.
that extra legal action
Yeah.
in filing suit, we would have that information at our disposal.
Yeah, I want to thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. I just want the Miami Lakes residents to know on behalf of the mayor and the whole council and the whole staff is that we're not going to allow this to continue to happen without doing something. And if we have to put more teeth and do a lot more to get this to stop, we're going to get it to stop. Because it's ridiculous to spend your life savings on your perfect home and have this neighbor every weekend throw a party. I mean, those people are just going crazy. So I thank you so much for this. And I would ask my colleagues to approve this and also think about adding to it, adding more teeth to it if we need to, which I'm sure we're going to have to in the future.
Councilman Sanchez.
Would it be possible for the houses that are not under home ownership, that are under LLC, you know, like the ones that are used just for businesses, they don't have any homestead, anything like that, to where if it's a repeat offender after, let's say, 6 offenses, just to give a number, that address is unable to be a short-term rental anymore, but not just the LLC, because anyone can just open up another LLC and transfer the house to another LLC and another LLC, but making to the point where after an excessive amount of violations, making that house, that folio number, not allowed to have short-term anymore.
Through the mayor, Councilman Sanchez, I'm glad you brought up that point. If you look at page 284, suspension of vacation rental, that particular issue is addressed, and it discusses that upon, for example, second violation, the maximum occupancy rental shall be, vacation rental shall be suspended for a period of 30 days, and then 12 calendar months, so on and so forth, until the vacation rental, we may decide just not to, I mean, the problem is, we can't completely disallow it, but we can continue increasing those periods of time where it's suspended.
But it would be tied to the address, not to the LLC that the house is registered to.
Yeah, it's tied, everything is tied to the property, yes.
Okay.
Councilman Herzberg, and then I saw Councilman Fernandez's hand go up, and we'll.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree, Councilman Garcia, that we're probably going to have to add teeth to this as we see how it goes. But my biggest concern is, and the biggest concern of residents typically is the noise.
Right.
And that happens at 12, 1, 2 in the morning. Do we have code out there? Because I don't know if code can code make a violation just based off of, the code has to see the violation, right? So they have to go in there and hear the noise. So we're not going to get any violations if we don't have code out there at night. I dealt with that in the city of Miami. It's
so when they call the noise, we come obviously to enforce the ordinance. And in certain houses, we're writing reports now because we're making documentation and we're sharing that with code enforcement. So if our officer witnessed it and we share that with code enforcement, it's almost like the overnight parking on the swale. We write a report on that, we forward that to code, and then they take their enforcement. So that's another, and it's also building up like a file on that residence through documentation, long-term documentation and repeat offenses. And it could be just parking the cars on the street, parking the sidewalks, loud music, littering, which is all kind of been all the previous complaints that we've gotten that come from these Airbnb rentals.
Right, but the question is, you need to get a violation for this ordinance to start taking teeth. Can code give a violation without actually being there and witnessing the violation?
So through the mayor, Councilman Herzberg, that's one of the issues, that's one of the new, how can I say it, new cooperation that we're creating between code and police. So the major goes out there, realizes that there's a noise violation. He'll go ahead and take that incident report and pass it to code. Now code can go ahead and issue that citation. So now it becomes a civil penalty. Does that answer your question?
Right, so the officer can basically be a witness
Yes.
to the violation,
Yes.
and code can then issue the civil citation to the property.
Absolutely.
And so if noise is happening to these properties, I mean, I don't care if it's a different tenant. I don't care if it's a different renter. If you're going to the same property 3 times a month, code should be citing
Absolutely.
the homeowner.
Absolutely. That's
Right.
what's going to happen.
Okay, perfect. That's what I want to hear. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As a real estate agent, as a huge proponent and supporter of property owner rights, you know, our state legislators, unfortunately, they know better than we do. So they've made it a point where they know that they're going to do what they're going to do. But this is the only way that our only method to at least control it, and I'm in full support of it. If we could create an ordinance that had more teeth, I would support it too. But for now, this is, I think, is the right step.
As this ordinance develops, and it's a living through the mayor to Councilman Fernandez, sorry for that. As this ordinance continues to develop, and we see how far we want to take some of these civil penalties and what type of civil action, we can also look at other avenues and other things that perhaps we can just tighten it. So this is not. It is our ordinance. It's going to go into our book of our code if you approve this tonight. However, that doesn't mean that it can't be improved upon. It can.
The Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Attorney, I just want to confirm a couple very specific wording things here in the proposed amendment to the code. At 284, section 4A4, actually 4B, I apologize. It says suspension restrictions, an occupant may not occupy a vacation rental during any period or suspension, or should it be period of suspension?
Through the mayor, vice mayor, yes, you're correct. It
Okay.
should be for suspension.
I just want to correct it
Yep.
before we adopt it,
Yep.
because obviously that's a very important provision that I don't want being ambiguous.
For sure.
I also saw 4A4 as related to violations of the town's sexual offender regulations found in section 1219 of the town code. Is that saying that if someone has a short-term rental and then the person who rents it is a sexual offender, then this rule applies?
So basically what this is saying is that the vacation rental would be automatically revoked if there is a sexual offender until the police can verify that that person is no longer living there.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'll only make a very minor amendment to just replace the word "or" with "of" in section 4B under suspension restrictions. And other than that, I'm good with this.
I'll second the amendment.
Any discussions on the amendment? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. And we're now back on the main item as amended. We've already gone one round. Are there any further comments, questions? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance 14A, ordinance in second reading, as amended. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance as amended in second reading passes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Excellent. Seeing no resolutions pending for tonight's meeting, we are now in item 16, new business. We have a couple, so I would ask us to try to keep our introductions of the items as quick as possible. With that, we are on 16A by Councilman Cuadra Garcia, dog loitering enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I received a call from a resident the other day that has observed a neighbor on several occasions bringing him or her, their pet, to poop on their grass. Not intentionally, but because the pet doesn't know. I love dogs. I mean, Mr. Mayor, you saw one of my boxers. I'm a lover of dogs. But when a person has a pet, a dog, you need to be responsible. And for those of you that are out there listening to me, this is serious. So the lady calls me and she says, my son has special needs. My husband just bought me a brand new car for our 40th anniversary. It was late afternoon. And she had stepped on that big giant poop pile. And she brought it into her brand new car. Then her son goes out of the car, goes around trying to look for where this stuff was. He gets also involved with it and takes it inside the house. So I'm telling you, it is, it's very serious. But I've been hearing now that it's also happening over at the Mary Collins Park. So children, this is a safety, this is a health issue now. Children can begin into. So, I mean, I am not an expert in this realm. I have heard it in the past. I just need to find out what we are going to do. I have an idea what we're going to do. There's a new apparatus that I will be bringing on the next, that actually, if we allow it to put it on different parts of the town, it is a shiny camera that will, I know it's a tough object or an item to talk about, but I'm asking to see what is going to be done on this, because it's serious.
Is it safe to say then that your motion is to have staff come back with recommendations on what we can do to cut back on this?
Absolutely.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, been seconded by Councilman Hertzberg. Any discussion on this particular item? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item passes. We are now on 16B, exploring to contract with the Miami Parking Authority to enforce the ordinance code by Councilman J.C. Fernandez.
Well, you guys, we have, according to our police contract, of course, since we contract Miami-Dade County, they can only ticket folks that breaks an ordinance of the county, and we don't have our own police department. So this is an avenue that I'm hoping that we can at least explore that option. That if there's a city of Doral actually uses them, where we can contract them to be able to cite folks that have commercial vehicles that park overnight, or those folks that park in the swale area. So I just want my colleagues to support the item, just to have staff look into the options. And I just received, our attorney, Cobiella, just gave me the agreement with the city of Doral. I haven't had a chance to look at it. He just gave it to me about a couple hours ago. But I think if we can piggyback on something like this, it would solve a lot of our issues.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, Councilman Herzberg.
Briefly, and I guess you might not know the answer, but maybe the town attorney does with the experience with Doral. I mean, for me, I like the idea, and I just don't know the cost. I don't care if the contractor takes the cost of the fines, right? The point is to just get compliance. So, I mean, I don't know if there's even a way to say, hey, like, whatever fines they generate, I don't know how it works. What's the cost and how does it work for Doral so we understand?
So if this council decides that they want to explore this, it would be for us to, the manager and myself, to sit down with the Miami Parking Authority and to discuss what that would look like. We are not and do not have the size of the commercial area or the parking issues that the city of Doral has. We're a much smaller municipality. So I imagine that there would be probably some kind of fee for enforcement. At the same time, I know that the manager's been speaking with our major and the police department, so I think it would be good for us to continue exploring that avenue and see which one makes most sense for the town.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The item carries. We're now on 16C, which is my item, code designating Northwest 142nd Street after Jeff Peniston. I tried to, after meeting with Cody, who is Jeff's son, we went ahead and he sent me all sorts of interesting information about the union that he represents, which is the, I had it just here, Plumbers 519. They've been based out of Miami Lakes since approximately 1973, and Mr. Peniston has been very active in that union and a part of it for a very long time. So it seemed appropriate to co-designate that street, Northwest 142nd, after Jeffrey D. Peniston, being that it sits right next to their union hall there, and I think would be a nice fitting tribute, not only for him, but for the entire union as well. I went to their retirement party that they held for him. It was there at the Grand Slam Ballroom, and it was packed. So, and everybody was in complete agreement with this, so I would ask that we adopt this, and again, this is the street right next to their union hall, so it's not affecting any residential streets or anything like that. With that, that is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Councilman Sanchez.
Is it 142nd Street between 87th Avenue and 88th Place?
No, on the east side.
60th Avenue to 57th Avenue.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Southeast Industrial Park.
Yeah, that stretch, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a residential area. Okay.
No.
All right, with all that, there being no further questions or discussion, or you do have one?
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor,
go ahead,
is
go
that
ahead.
the road that runs alongside the cemetery?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody else? Going once, going twice? Sold. Okay, so with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries. Congratulations, Cody, to you and your family. 16D, updating and reestablishment engagement with HOA and condo associations by Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You heard some residents talk about it. The HOAs are a lifeline in being able to communicate effectively with our residents. There's so many HOAs and condominium associations. I want to say that we used to have some sort of meeting years ago. I would probably like to try to give that a shot and bring that back biannual. But I think the most important thing in here is that I want to have, we can work, I work with staff, work with NIC, and update our list with not just the management companies, with the actual officers of the board, if they want to share their email and phone numbers, and then also update it and make sure we have a list of when all the meetings are, and we all share it so we can stop by anytime. It's just making sure we have that tool easily available for us. So that's my motion.
It's been moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor.
No discussion. I'm in support.
Okay, anyone else want to speak?
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, just one thing, it came to my attention that the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, in their resolution that established them, that created them, talks about them being the spearhead or the coordinators
Yes.
of that meeting. But we'll work with them to make sure, and then maybe we can have one, and then you collectively, between the council and the HOA, you guys can decide, is it going to be once a year, twice a year, whatever. It's gonna-
That's my idea. Do it once, see if it works. Doesn't work, don't do it again, but, at least give it a try.
Okay.
And again, as you pointed out, because I was also chair of neighborhood improvement, and that was one of the things I did notice that we were responsible for. And it's a quarterly HOA meeting. We would try to make it interesting by changing up the topics. We'd have presenters. My question to you is, has neighborhood improvement stopped doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we haven't had it, so by default, the answer to your question
Well,
is yes.
okay. Well, I think being that it's in their founding resolution, I think we need to push them to actually comply with what they're required to do.
We'll
on that front.
present it to them and just highlight the fact that that's in their resolution and ask them to spearhead setting one of those up in conjunction with the schedules for the council.
Excellent. Good to
Yeah,
know.
so, if they set it up, then we don't need to do anything, right? I don't want to create more work, but I guess let's push it,
Yeah.
okay? But for me, I think for all of us, a very important thing for us is to get that updated list of the association officers and the schedules of when their meetings are.
And we have a list, it's just updated, not as frequent as you are proposing, right? I think we update it maybe annually, every couple years, and what we'll do is we'll do it maybe, a couple times a year, because that way we capture, they may not have the same voting schedule as far as the election of new officers. So we'll try and do that twice a year, and we do maintain a list. It just may not be 100% accurate because of that lag in catching them, so.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Manager, don't the HOAs have to renew their BTR every year?
I don't know if they all.
Why don't we just make it to where, at the time that they renew their BTR, they also remind us, let us know the new board, provide the new contact info. That way we are regularly updating it.
I think it may just be easier. Claricel has a contact list. She'll just send them all, and then if we send it to somebody who's no longer the president, they'll say, oh, no, so-and-so is the president, and then we'll update the list, and then we'll just do it every 6 months. We'll do that update, and that way it'll be almost 100% accurate.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries. We are now on item 16E, amendment to 13-1506 of the Town Code by Councilman Sanchez. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
To make your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the code, the way that it exists right now is if your setback is 20 feet, you can only go to 50% of your setback in order to create a pergola or a gazebo. Now, we all live in South Florida. We all know how hot it is in the summer. And we all know how much everyone in South Florida likes to enjoy the outdoors. It's a beautiful weather. It's one of the purposes that we live down here. But we also want to be able to enjoy it in a safe manner, providing shade to a point where more than just a handful of individuals can be under that shade. The way it's written right now is that at 10 feet, the posts that secure the pergolas or whatever awning you have out there go 10 feet from the property line. But there's no exclusion for the overhang that it can have. But in the sense of a hurricane, if someone has an overhang of, let's say, 2 to 3 feet, it can create a hazard where a hurricane can lift that roof because there's nothing securing it from that point out. I would like to work with town staff to see an alternative, especially for individuals that have limited space in their backyards, to try to find a middle ground between the 50% and either the property line, or not going all the way to the property line for rain purposes, but at least to 5 feet, the same way that pools are for drainage purposes and things like that. It wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all. I'm very aware that we have two different types of properties, single-family homes, zero-lot homes, but to try to find a solution to be able to go a little bit further and have a nicer area on the outside of their house to enjoy the summer in. I understand the purpose of this code was to deter exterior structures that would be enclosed on all sides and would add to the square footage of the house. I'm not trying to take that away. It's just to have one side that would be closed when it's attached to the house and 3 exposed sides, and hopefully, have a little bit more space to enjoy the weather that we have here in South Florida.
Okay. So that's your motion?
That is my motion, to work with
Excellent.
town staff.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? No, I guess, Mr. Vice Mayor, you have first dibs, so no?
No discussion.
Anyone there to my right? Councilman Garcia? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we make any decisions on this item, I would like to bring our expert, Susana, up to see if this is something that this is, that would be healthy for.
Yeah, Councilmember, I just want to be clear. You're not really making a decision other than Councilmember Sanchez going and working with staff. It's got to come back to you.
Okay, all right.
It's got to come back to you
Okay,
for,
correct.
actually, as an ordinance, because it's a code change, so you'd have to see it 2 more times. And then that way, Susana will have a chance to speak, sit down and confer with Councilmember Sanchez, be able to beat it up, and then when it comes back to you, we'll be more than happy, because then it's a proposal. Right now, it's just a thought, and now when it comes back to you, you'll have a chance to beat it up.
And of course, you'll have access to Susanna the entire time, and you can ask her any questions you might
Correct.
have.
Even between first and second reading, because it'll be a month apart, you have a chance to sit down with her, and you can go through it, dissect it, whatever you want to do, and we'd be more than happy to sit down with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No further discussion from you? Okay. Councilman Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I do have a couple questions, because I just want to clarify what, our amendments are to this, our town code, and what HOAs have in theirs. So, you see here, it shall not exceed 350 square feet for the canopy.
Yes.
300 square feet, right? The total?
350 total is what it can be.
Or 20% of the rear yard, whichever one is less.
What is the current?
Or 20% of the rear yard, whichever one is less. So if the yard does not, if 350 is more than 20% of the rear yard, then it's whatever that 20% is.
Okay.
Okay?
That's what it is now.
Correct.
I'm not asking to change the square footage.
Yeah.
For a possible solution to change the setback.
Okay. What repercussions? I know this is just to beat it up, but I just need a little more information. Changing that setback, what would that imply as far as?
So there's always a slippery slope of allowing or creating a condition where people would be thinking that they could basically put a roof over their entire rear yard except for those 5 feet on the edge, right?
Yeah.
And that's where we begin to get very...
Can I ask you a quick question? And this is just to see where this is coming from. Do we have a lot of requests by our property owners to change the current town code to allow for what Councilman Fernandez is asking for? Or is that something that
The planning board has seen a lot of variances in the last few months, and they both can attest to that lots of canopies have been coming through with setbacks, reduction of the distance between the main structure and the canopies. The canopies are a big item in the planning board lately.
Are the variances being approved when they're asking for these?
In some cases, in other cases they've been denied. In other cases they're being modified from what the request was.
And last question: what happens if it's approved by us, but it's against what the HOAs have in their?
So the HOA has the right and the prerogative to have tighter controls than we do, but they have to enforce their own regulations. We don't get to enforce. They don't get to use us for enforcement. They have to do their own enforcement.
Yeah. The only problem I find that might happen, and I'm sure it has, is, or I've been told it happens, that we approve something, they go back to the HOA says, sorry, this is,
It happens every day.
They go through planning, they go through whatever, and they say, wait, I can't do this? Why didn't the town tell me this?
Because the town cannot tell
No,
them.
I know.
Right.
But that's so I'm a little hesitant right now to even look into this right now, because I think it might cause a little more confusion. So I, myself personally, get a little more information on it. So
Sure.
I'll just be a no, because I just want to avoid issues that I see coming, that, like you said, that it might open a can of worms like we did with the artificial turf and things like that. It might open a can of worms. So that's why I'll be voting no. That's the only reason why I'll be voting no.
Councilman Fernandez and then Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. During my my surveying the Planning and Zoning Board, it absolutely came up often. Many times we would try to work with a homeowner, but it was case by case, because it really had to do with whether their property was unique and whether they were suffering, you know, some kind of a hardship, thank you, that was outside of what the neighbors would be able to enjoy. So I'm likely, I mean, I'll vote for this, but I'm not comfortable with giving them a shorter setback, because here's the thing. You give them that setback, and then they're going to come before the Planning and Zoning Board, and they're going to request a smaller setback. So that's where the issue is. And then they're not going to have, you know, it's going to be roof all the way to the edge of the property line, and, you know, there's some issues there where the water runs. It'll be running into their neighbors' yards. Right. So, you know, it can cause some issues. So, but for the sake of exploring it, I'm okay with it. I'm just not sure if I would vote if it came to, you know, before us again.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted, so I can be transparent, I'm in the same boat as JC. I'm voting to get the opinion from town staff and allow us to look at it closer. If it proceeds, maybe even talk to some of the members of the Planning and Zoning Board. I am very hesitant on reducing setbacks, period. But I'm certainly willing to see if there is a need. If it keeps coming before the Planning and Zoning Board, then there probably might be a need, right? I just need to know a lot more before I would feel comfortable, that's all.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on 1 second. Did you want anything before we close out the first round? Okay. I'll just throw in my thoughts now as well, which is I share the hesitation by Councilman Herzberg and Fernandez. I'm going to vote to advance it, though, and wait to see what comes back, but also because I found not only the slippery slope argument to be something I want to learn more about, but also because as former Chief Abel Fernandez brought up, I have some questions I want to learn more about as far as any potential fire hazards we may be creating as well. But I will vote to advance it today just to get more information and go from there. Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Yeah, let's study it. Very good. My concern is that we authorize it, we give them that authorization, there's a pergola, and then all of a sudden, a couple months down the road, a year down the road, now they have an efficiency in there. So, and that could happen. So we need to be very careful on this one.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no?
No.
Madam Clerk, 1 no? Oh, you voted no? Okay, you know what? Let's make it cleaner. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 16F. That would be amendment to committee rules by Vice Mayor Morera.
Alrighty. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Councilmember Herzberg for requesting to co-sponsor this item. I do, if I haven't formally done so, I do accept his request. Back in the January regular council meeting, Councilmember Herzberg presented an item which concerned amending the committee rules relating to attendance. Coincidentally, I had also been working on an amendment to the committee rules, but I chose not to raise it in January because I knew that we had the quarterly committee chairs meeting coming up, and I wanted to make sure that we got feedback from the committee chairs prior to taking any action. When the item came up, I brought it up, and we decided to, I believe, table the issue. Given my support at that time, I co-sponsored his and subsequently moved to table it. Now that we've had a chance to meet with the committee chairs during their quarterly committee chair meeting, obtain their feedback, I modified my original draft, which I had spread on the council during the January meeting, and that is the version that you see attached. Number one, I got rid of a lot of useless references to the neighborhood service district advisory boards that are no longer in play. We added, at the request of some of the committee chairs, there was a strong consensus in favor of allowing, under certain circumstances, remote appearance by the committee members. One of the other things that was recommended was a lot of the attendance issues would be one of the biggest reasons why attendance is so important is because if you fail to attend, you very likely deny that committee quorum, and now they can't do business. So it's not just you that's being affected, it's rather the entire committee. So one of the things that this amendment does is actually reduce the quorum requirement from a majority of 50% down to a third, and that way you can easily do that. It does remove the requirement to be physically present in order to vote, but the bulk of the changes come in the Section 10 attendance. In the past, the rule simply said that it is the responsibility of the secretary to take minutes and accurately reflect, attendance at all regularly scheduled meetings is the responsibility of each committee member. Absences that are requested to be excused must be provided to the committee secretary, who shall duly reflect the requested excused absence in the meeting minutes. It is the responsibility of the secretary to take minutes and accurately reflect attendance at all committee meetings. Attendance reports shall be included in the chairperson's semi-annual report to the town council. Excessive absences, this was basically the only regulation. Excessive absences may result in removal of the committee member by the town council. It basically put us into this state of flux where no one really knew what the rule was. What is excessive? And then when may it result in removal, and when does it not result in in removal? So this amendment seeks to understand that these are volunteers who are giving us their time, while simultaneously understanding that while they are volunteers, they did take an oath, and they did decide to take on this responsibility, and that they are expected to be present at these meetings. So it does call for a committee member to be removed automatically if they accrue 3 unexcused absences from regularly scheduled committee meetings during the same calendar year, if they accrue 3 consecutive absences from regularly scheduled committee meetings during the same calendar year, regardless of excused or unexcused, and if they accrue 5 absences from regularly scheduled committee meetings during the same calendar year, whether they're excused, unexcused, consecutive, non-consecutive. If you miss 5, you're missing basically half the year, and it makes no sense for you to continue. On top of that, it does provide a definition for what is an excused absence and what is not. So absences shall be considered excused if and only if the absence was due to medical reasons, the death of a committee member's immediate family member within the 7 calendar days preceding the committee meeting, unexpected work-related commitments, military service due to active duty orders in the reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, or any other reason which the committee chair, in their discretion, classifies as an excused absence. Once again, the committee chair does have the sole discretion to classify an absence as excused or unexcused. In cases of absences by the committee chair, then the vice chair is the one that's going to have the discretion to classify an absence by the committee chair as excused or unexcused. One important little carve out that I put here, just because I don't know why, but I kind of had a feeling that stuff like this might happen, is nothing herein is meant to allow a committee chair, a vice chair, or anyone to access protected, privileged, confidential, or otherwise private information to ascertain whether an absence was excused or unexcused. I don't know how many of you guys watch The Office, but I was thinking of that scene from The Office where Dwight goes to Oscar's house to find out if he's actually sick or not. We're not doing that. We're not asking to violate HIPAA here. You either believe them or you don't. That's why the chair is given the sole discretion. If they don't believe them, they don't believe them. In addition to that, each committee member is permitted to attend no more than 2 committee meetings, including regular meetings, special calls, and meetings of any subcommittee that the members have volunteered for via remote appearance during any calendar year. For purposes of this subsection, the term remote appearance shall be construed to mean that a committee member attends the meeting from somewhere other than the published meeting location by using video conference technologies such as whatever the case may be, Zoom, FaceTime, Teams, whatever. What is the other one? Google Meet. And then it sets off certain rules on remote appearances. This largely comes just from experience in our own legal profession with Zoom hearings. Number one, very important, no one shall act as a chair while they are appearing remotely. So if they're not there, they're not going to be the chair. The vice chair who's present at the meeting would act as the chair of that meeting. The committee member participating remotely is responsible for notifying the committee liaison no later than 24 hours prior to the meeting start date. They are responsible for coordinating with the liaison or other members of the committee to ensure the proper equipment is available at the published meeting location to support the remote appearance. They have to keep their camera on and their face must remain visible. Normal bathroom breaks accepted for the duration of the meeting. The committee member who's appearing remotely must be able to hear everyone in attendance in person at the meeting, and everyone in person has to be able to hear him or her. Also important, just from our experiences in the legal field, anyone appearing remotely has to wear attire suitable for a public meeting. The committee member who is appearing remotely has got to make sure that they don't have anything obscene or distracting in the background of their video. I don't want to see somebody taking, and you can think whatever you think, but I even think of someone who's at Disney World and they're trying to do their meeting while they're at Disney World and there's fireworks going off in the background. That's distracting the meeting. That's not okay. They are allowed to mute their audio while they're not speaking, but at the same time, when they do unmute, they need to make sure that they're not in a noisy environment. Again, the Disney example, where it's just a distraction. When calling for a voice vote, the chair shall orally confirm the votes of any committee members appearing remotely, separate from those appearing in person, and the person appearing remotely is responsible for ensuring that they have a sufficiently strong internet or data connection to facilitate clear audio and video transmission. The town is not responsible for any connectivity issues, regardless of the cause of the issues. And then lastly, just that it is the responsibility of the secretary to take minutes to which accurately reflect the attendance, including whether it's excused, unexcused, in person, or remote. And then this is an important point to the issue that I brought up with Chairman Perez earlier. The attendance reports need to be included in the committee's reports to the council. That way we can get a quick bird's eye view of, are there any stragglers who are slipping through the cracks and are still in these committees despite being in violation of these rules, and we can just ask them right then and there because the attendance report shows us that they should have been removed. Lastly, or a couple other points, under section 11, this is intended to prevent, any sort of gamesmanship. Number one, if you are removed from a committee due to absences and you happen to be serving on two committees, your removal from one committee does not affect your status on the other committee so long as you're in compliance with the attendance rules for that one. But while being removed from a committee doesn't preclude you from applying or joining any other committees as a result of your resignation or removal, if you are removed due to absences, you will be precluded for 180 days from joining that committee, the one that you were removed from. And that's just designed to prevent people from just resigning at a convenience and then coming right back. As for the last thing is 304 of the agenda is the creation of a code of conduct. You heard Carlos talk about that earlier. There was a big call from numerous chairs for there to be a code of conduct for our committees, and I think even on the dais there's been a call for that to make sure that these individuals are upholding the standards of Miami Lakes. They are representing us. They are wearing our polos and our logos on them. So they should adhere to a code of conduct. And honestly, a lot of this is very self-explanatory, but just be a professional. Demonstrate professionalism, good manners, courtesy, respect, consideration. Arrive at meetings prepared and on time. Complete action items on time. Stick to the meeting agenda. Stay on task and on the topic being discussed. I'm going to skip because honestly, it's a lot. But I did want to emphasize this part. Towards the bottom, I added very specific code of conduct for our chairs to make sure that they are not abusing their power and that they are being fair to all of their members. Other than that, I'll move its adoption.
Excellent. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded, and we have discussion. First, as the seconder of the motion, Councilman Herzberg. Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Mayor, with your permission, may I ask just a question to Vice Mayor Morena? Just to make sure that we do this properly. Section 10 that he just explained. Section 10, letter F. When you mention attendance reports shall be included at the semi-annual report. Question, just to make sure that we do this the right way. What happens when I receive a report from the committee and they don't have the attendance report? Do I still accept the report and allow them to present in the council meeting to you all? Or should I preclude them and say, no, you're not allowed to present to the council because you're in violation of Section 10, letter F, because you are not presenting the attendance report?
That is correct.
So I should preclude them. I'll say you lose the opportunity and
Well, it's not that they lose the opportunity. Just send it back and tell them you need to amend your committee report to.
But if they never, because I'm just like you, thinking of events that will happen. They're ready to present their annual report, but they say, no, the secretary couldn't take notes, didn't do the minutes. So I can see that happening, no attendance report, so it puts my office, because I'm the one receiving. I just want to have clarification from you and all of you. Should I still allow them to present their report without the attendance report, or shall I say, no, you have to give me the attendance report for you to present to the council?
I'll obviously let my colleagues opine, but I do think we need to be a little strict.
So with that, Councilman Herzberg had seconded it, so I'll go over to him first, and I think I saw Councilman Sanchez with his hand up as well. Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And on the point from Madam Clerk, I agree. It's a matter of you're not coming up until you provide us the correct report with attendance, because attendance is vital. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for taking the time to revise the rules and putting in the time to get everything done. I know we wanted to do this. Two questions to you or potentially the town attorney. First, can we make quorum 1/3? I think it should just be 50%. I think if you can't meet 50%, I don't know if we can even do it. First of all, that's because I don't know if it's even legal. Right, you can't. You have to be quorum because that's like a Florida statute, whatever. Okay.
Exactly. So there's a Florida statute with regards to municipalities to the passage of ordinances and resolutions, and there's several attorney general opinions that inures to committees, to any committees that are made by counties or municipalities. The other part too is
aren't those executive committees made up of the actual governing body?
No, that's why the committees are subject to Sunshine Law 286 and Public Records 119. They're subject to all the same rules that you, because they are an extension of the council. The other part too is that while virtual presence is great, it can't be counted towards quorum either. You have to have physical presence. This was a huge issue during COVID. The governor suspended those rules by an emergency order, but once that emergency order was lifted, it went back into place.
Yeah, they can vote, but it can't be counted towards quorum.
Yeah. But now, whatever you approve tonight, conceptually, the small legalities, if the council would allow me to work with Vice Mayor Morera, we'll work on it, put it nice in a little bow, and bring it back to you as a full resolution.
Perfect.
not
So
putting it on a vote.
that answers that question. I mean, I can amend right now. I can make a motion to amend the rules to revise them so they're sufficient to Florida law regarding the quorum requirement and that remote appearance cannot count towards quorum.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment itself? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. We are back on the main item as amended as it pertains to the quorum and video conferencing requirements. Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, so most of us on the dais have come up through committees, so they're very near and dear to us. They, we know how much work are put in by the committees, but I do feel like there's some of the rules that should also be reflective of our town charter. So, for example, Section 10A, Section 10BI, with the 3 unexcused absences. I do believe that we should give the committees the same power that we do through the town charter, that if one of us misses, I forget the number of absences, the 3 absences in a year, so for 3 absences on the council, the elected officials, the council, the dais, can actually vote that person out. So I believe it should be the same way within the committees, to give the committees the power to say, yes, this person has missed too much, we are voting them out. That's one amendment that I'd like to see. Additionally, with Section 10C4, if I'm not mistaken, there's already a law that protects military service for reserves, National Guard. It's the Soldiers and Sailors Act of 1941, where their positions, everything that they do is protected if they are called away to active duty service. So I think that one can be possibly removed because there's already a federal law that does protect military service members in that sense. Something else I would like to amend is instead of in a calendar year, make it a 12-month rolling period for the 3 absences, and 5 absences, instead of in one calendar year, just to keep that, because if they say they missed 2 are we doing our calendar year, October 1st through September 30th? Oh, January 1 through December 31. So let's say they miss November and December, but then they miss January, they wouldn't be out because they missed 2 meetings in the year, instead of having 3 consecutive in a rolling 12-month period. So those would be the things that I recommend. Allowing the committees to vote members out for excess absences, making it instead of a calendar year, making it a rolling year, and completely removing 10C4 due to the federal protection that already exists in the Soldiers and Sailors Act of 1941.
So are you making a motion now, or do you want to wait for when this item comes back as a formal resolution?
I'd like to make that motion now, just so that way it's one less thing for the attorneys.
To make it life easier on the clerk, why don't we break those down one at a time, so that it's cleaner. So which amendment would you like to start with first?
Let's start with Section 10BI, where the committee would vote an individual with excess absences.
Okay, so just to restate it then, to make it clear, so what you would like to do is change that provision to reflect that after 3 absences, right?
Yes.
The committee would first have the ability to decide whether to keep, and in essence waive that rule, or to proceed with removing, or recommending removal to the appointing council member. Is that
Exactly.
correct? Okay, is there a second on that? Okay, I'm gonna, so his amendment is basically to change that provision there about the unexcused absences, that if there are 3 absences, that the committee gets a chance to vote whether or not to request that the appointing council member remove them, or rather, automatically remove them.
Automatically remove them.
Yeah, that they be automatically removed, and that, or rather in the alternative, to have the committee vote on whether or not to keep them, because maybe they determined that, that they're actually a good contributing member, and maybe they just had a string of bad luck. I'm guessing that's where it comes from. But yeah, so just one more time, I would put it as the idea is to go ahead and let the committee decide whether or not to kick them out on the 3rd absence, or to give them, in essence, another lifeline. That is the amendment. And is there a second?
I'll second it if I understand the amendment.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. You're recognized to speak in discussion.
Here, and I think I like where you're going with it. When I was served on the committee, it was so simple. I find this, and you guys are all the attorneys, and I find this so cumbersome. When I served on the committee, it was, you missed 3, that's it, you were gone. I know that we're trying to make it so we're giving more flexibility for our residents and those that serve on our committee, which they do a great job. But I think that we should take away some of the discretion from the committee, or from the chair and the committee itself. First of all, I think some members aren't inclined to vote off their friends, even if they deserve to be off. So that's what I'm afraid of. I think that if we just set these rules and we make them concrete and take away discretion from them, it would make it easier for them. It's not that I think that we're making their life easier by having those rules in place where they just, it's done. You know, the rule is, I'm sorry that you have to go, but you know, that's the rule that was set out. That's the way I look at it.
On the amendment itself, though, which is to change the removal policy, Vice Mayor Moreira.
Yeah, so I think that goes against the spirit of a lot of things. Number one, the committees serve at the pleasure of the council. We are the ultimate body responsible for these councils. End of story. The committees should not be deciding. We had that situation with the YATF not too many months ago, where they were about to come before this council to ask to have one of their members removed. We don't need to have that. We don't need to have members voting to kick members out, or as Councilmember Fernandez just suggested, people may be a little fearsome because why would if I vote no, but then the vote fails and that person is still on the committee, now I gotta work next to this guy who's gonna hate me. Yeah, no. The chair is the chosen leader of the committee. They take on that responsibility, and they're still being given very specific criteria and discretion. And I think you're right. I liked the old rule. I liked the 3 strikes you're out, regardless of excused or unexcused. It provided zero discretion, zero everything. However, unfortunately, it resulted in a lot of good people getting kicked out of committees. So what this is an attempt at finding a middle ground. As far as sending it to the committees to have a vote, I just think the concern from Councilmember Fernandez is extremely warranted. And again, I hate to say it, but the reality is there's a lot of favorites playing in these committees, and we don't want to see that.
Any other discussion on this particular amendment? Councilman Garcia.
Through the mayor, thank you. I just think the 3 consecutive absences that are.
We're not talking about that.
That's on the main motion.
Yeah, we're still just on the amendment proposed by Councilman Sanchez, just to require
To
that
have
the
them vote?
committee now would go ahead and vote whether or not to kick somebody out after the 3rd absence.
My concern, the only concern I have with that is if one committee, let's say someone's on 2 committees, they have the same problem, and one committee decides to keep them, the other decides not to keep them, then we're not being equal across the board when it comes to the way we handle. I feel they have a case to say, hey, wait a second. One committee is against me and they voted me out. The other committee decided to keep me in. So I think that opens a can of worms when it comes to, the committee members saying, wait a second, I'm not being treated fairly by the committee, because you have 2 examples of one committee saying, no, I will keep you, the other committee saying, no, you're gone. So that's the only, just trying to save us from headaches when it comes to that. And I know that's going to happen because there's multiple people on multiple committees. So that's my issue with having them vote.
Anyone else on the amendment? Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think that we should study this book. I mean, it's a lot. It's pretty much a book. And we should, like they said, let's find some middle grounds. Everybody gets involved in a committee. There's a reason. I mean, but let's digest this before we make a decision tonight.
No problem. So, anyone else on the amendment? So after hearing the vice mayor's point, I think I'm going to go vote against the amendment here. But obviously, there's still more time to workshop any other ideas between now and when we go to final approval, when we go to approve the resolution changing the rules.
I have something to say.
What was that?
I have something to say.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Sanchez.
See, one of the great benefits of the style of government that we have is that we get to hear difference of opinions. And, you know, not everyone has the same perspective on everything. And due to the perspective that I didn't see, I am withdrawing my amendment on that item.
The amendment is withdrawn, and we're now back on the main motion where you were going to make another amendment with respect to another item. Can you please refresh the board's memory on what that amendment will be?
I would like to amend the rules instead of calendar year to a 12-month rotating calendar.
Okay, so everybody heard that? Okay, is there a second on that item?
Second for discussion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
My primary concern is our staff on that. That's a nightmare to track on a rolling basis for each individual member on a rolling basis. You know, that, hey, this particular person has 3 absences and they're still 11 months away from their rollover versus just, yes, it's going to suck probably for this first year while it normalizes, but then once it rolls over into next January, yeah, everyone gets reset. You know, and I think right now, if anything, we could declare a reset here from this point, right? That everyone's at 0 as of the moment that we adopted, you know, just to be fair. But I see it more in, you know, Clarissa's here. I don't know if she has an opinion on that or not, but I think that that's more of a burden on our staff keeping track, or really the secretaries of each of these committees keeping track of all of the absences on a rolling basis for each individual member. That's my 2 cents there.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion on this amendment? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but this is important because we are a very committee-ran town, so we want to get this right the first time, not have to come back to it. And Vice Mayor, I disagree. I kept the attendance on the Blasting Advisory Board for 3 years. I had an Excel. I color-coded it. It takes 60 seconds to figure out if someone missed. I had plenty of people on my board that did. So I really don't think it's the secretary. That's their job. I'm in favor of it because it does make sense because someone can easily miss 2 and then miss 2, and they've been out for 6 months basically.
Any other discussion then on this amendment relating to the rolling calendar as opposed to calendar year? One more look, okay. So why don't we go ahead and have a recorded vote on this. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
So this is Amendment 3. Instead of reading 3 absences during the same calendar year, I believe it was, removing the calendar year and inserting on a rolling calendar. Okay.
On a 12-month rolling calendar.
On a rolling calendar, 12-month, of course, okay? On a rolling basis. Council Member Sanchez.
Yes.
Council Member Herzberg.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The amendment number 3 passes.
Excellent. We're now back on the main item as amended. Anything else? Any discussion on the main item or any further? Actually, before I leave, Councilman Sanchez, any other amendments? Okay, perfect. All right, Councilman Garcia.
Through the mayor, thank you very much. Great work. I want to commend both of you for not only meeting with the chairs of the committees, getting the feedback, talking to the staff. A couple things. You know, we're a volunteer town, and we want, and the vast majority of residents who volunteer are doing they're really sacrificing their time to doing what they can. The only thing I don't want to see is someone who, you know, is really doing well. As we know, being on committees, there can be somebody that shows up 5 times a year and does more work, or 4 times a year does more work than someone who goes to every single committee, especially the ones that have a lot of activities. As far as wearing a tie or being presentable during if they're like on vacation, I think if they call in, I mean, honestly, if I was on vacation with my kids and I know I had a meeting, I would tell my wife, hey, can you take care of the kids? And, I may be at Disney World, but I'm involved. I'm gonna be gone an hour. And maybe there's a background, some noise, but it doesn't mean that I'm, or not wearing a tie doesn't mean that I'm not involved. It means I'm trying. So I would be a little more lax with that. I mean, just that part of it. And also 3 excused absences in a row. And is this correct? Part B, item 2, if it's 3 consecutive absences, regular scheduled committee meetings that are excused or unexcused, they're out?
If it's consecutive, you're out.
See, I mean, there might be some health issues, right? It's excused, but let's say they have 9 months of the most productive, they don't miss, they never miss, they're constant. But again, as we get older, we start getting more issues with our health. So I would put an amendment there, instead of 3, maybe push it to 4, because I know there's issues with health that might take you out. Someone's been in this committee for years, all of a sudden they have an health issue, they're battling something, they're out 4 excused, and then they're out. But then, to me, that doesn't feel good to me. So can we push that to 4? I would amend that we push that 4 excused absences in a row, then we can consider removing them. That's 4 months. They have time to get better.
Councilmember Garcia has moved an amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded for discussion by Councilman Herzberg. Councilman Herzberg.
Regarding that, and I just want to bring up a point, because when you're making that suggestion, now I'm looking at B3, and it's talking about they accrue 5 absences within a calendar year, so there might be a change that we need to make that to make it consistent with the prior amendment. I agree with the issue that it's 3 consecutive, 3 unexcused absences in any calendar year, but then it's 3 consecutive regardless of why. So 4 makes, to give it a little bit of buffer, I'm comfortable with 4.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so for me, this came directly from the committee chairs, these recommendations, and keep in mind, we added the remote appearance. If there are health issues, they can appear from home. And by the way, nothing here suggests that they gotta wear a tie. Nothing here.
I could've sworn I wore a
We
tie.
did not wear ties on the blasting advisory board.
Appropriate attire.
It just says appropriate attire, because again, you know what?
Attire, I heard tie.
Yeah,
My bad.
that comes from, okay, yeah, it says
That's
attire,
right.
not
Yeah,
a
okay,
tie.
my bad.
Yeah, no, that comes from unfortunate scenarios that we've encountered in our legal professions of people not wearing what they should be wearing. So, yeah, no, the 3 consecutive is, you just miss an entire quarter. You just miss an entire quarter. That's really the way you gotta look at it. And again, a lot of this is, remember, like somebody up here said it, we're a very committee-driven town. That person is messing that part up. Even if it's not, it doesn't feel right, it's a dedicated member of our, so they can come right back. They can come back either in another committee, or let some time pass, 6 months, and then they're back.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Vice Mayor, if you may.
Councilman Herzberg.
The 3, and you're making me change my mind, right? Discussion's good. The B2, because of the remote appearance, right? But then at the same time, doesn't the chair have the, at least for now, unless someone moves to change it, doesn't the chair have the discretion to create excuse absence? No, B2 would not apply even if the chair makes your absence excused, right? Okay, got it. But you have the opportunity to be remote. Okay, yeah. Twice, right? Twice in the year. You can do it 2 times in a row, and right. Okay, yeah. Okay, understood.
Anyone else on the amendment proffered by Councilman Garcia? All right. So again, just for clarity, Madam Clerk, why don't we call the roll?
Okay, so the amendment by Councilmember Garcia, which was seconded by Councilmember Herzberg, if I heard correctly, is amending section 10B3, because it's in regards to the excuse absences, changing it from 3 to 4.
10B2.
10B2, correct, but changing it from 3 to 4. Okay, that is the amendment. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The amendment dies.
We're still on Councilman Garcia, though, on the main motion. Do you have any other amendments or any other discussion or debate?
I'm fine, thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Anyone else on the main item as amended, that has anything else to add?
I'm just,
Councilman Fernandez.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna vote no on this, on the item itself, because I just think it's too cumbersome. I wish, and I appreciate what you guys did, I really do, and I think that, you know, the intent was excellent. I just think it's too cumbersome, and, you know, if we can remove some of the discretion from the chairs, that's the way I would like to see it go, from the chair and from the committee itself. Anyway.
Anyone else? All right, so with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the item as amended.
I'm so sorry, Mayor Dieguez, I was speaking with Councilmember Sanchez. I didn't hear you.
That's okay. I'm calling the roll for a roll call vote with respect to the main item as amended.
Very well. Give me just 1 second. Okay. So item 16F, which was moved by Vice Mayor Morera and seconded by Hertzberg. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 16F.
Thank you. We are now on item 16G, Neighborhood Service District Revert to Special Taxing District by Councilmember Fernandez. This should be a quick one, I'm sure.
It is going to be extremely quick. You guys, the name across the county is Special Taxing District. I won't get into why it was changed. I think that the fact is that Special Taxing District is a name. It's a line item on our tax bill. A lot of times I hear folks come in front of us and refer to it sometimes as neighborhood service district, or they'll start with special taxing district. They'll stop themselves and go to neighborhood service district. I think it just makes sense. The logical thing is for us to change it to the name that the entire county and the entire real estate industry uses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Congratulations, the item passes. We're now on item 16H, my item, removal of Veterans Park Trail from capital projects. Very simply put, I think that saving the money that otherwise would be allocated for this project would go ahead and be better put toward other uses, not to mention, as Ms. Reynolds mentioned in her public comments, and as I mentioned in my memorandum, finding a place to put this is just going to be incredibly challenging, especially with all the other things we want to put there, from the sensory garden to the Veterans Memorial. So, and I think one of the great things about that park is that it's not for organized activities. Not that bicycling is necessarily organized, but it just involves a lot of people, driving around or riding around. And I think it doesn't make sense to be here any longer, especially with all the other things we have to do. So that would be my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or debate on this?
Just really quick.
Councilman Garcia.
I'm sorry. What are the rules in regards to like tricycles and three-year little bikes for little kids? I'm not talking about adults or teenagers, but little kids have their little trikes. They have their little, and they're always there. I mean, honestly, that's a lot of parents take the kids to do that there, away from the street. Is that still like?
Yeah,
I mean, I see them do it all the time.
That's not a bicycle. A bicycle is codified in statute as to what it is, and
just what it is.
That's
fine. They can do that. Yeah,
that's different.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is not changing any rules. It's just simply saying that this is not going to be a project that we continue trying to fund.
And that project was going to be expanding the existing trail, or was it going to be putting a line in the middle?
It was a new trail that was going to be developed, I think, towards the southeast corner, along the eastern stretch of the park. It was one that former council member Alvarez proposed 2 or 3 years ago at least, maybe longer, and then it was just sitting on our capital projects list, but it's never been prioritized or funded.
You mean there's going to be another trail on the around the close to the fence area all the way around?
Somewhere back in that area. I don't know if it had finally been completely defined, but
Around the
that was
trees,
more
you
or
mean?
less the area back in
Around
there.
the trees?
Somewhere back in that area.
It's more like a path, right? Is that where you're, okay, all right, I get it. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries. We're now on item 16I, mitigate park goers taking pets, dogs. Councilman Fernandez.
I'm open to hearing any ideas. I did hear possibly erecting more signs that we don't allow dogs. The issue is apparent. I don't know what we can do. I know that we don't have a park ranger on staff. We can't really enforce it, but I'm hoping that, I don't know if it would be a possibility with the Miami Parking Authority to include that as part of their citation, authorizing them to cite.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Councilmember Cuadra Garcia's item. So when we go to brainstorm and see what can be done to improve or look at the enforcement mechanisms, we'll consider everything, including any opportunities with Miami Parking Authority or any other mechanism.
Perfect. So I'll leave it there.
Is there a second?
Was there a motion?
Well, the motion is to ask staff to look into possibly finding ways to cite folks that bring dogs to our parks that don't allow for them.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. You're recognized for discussion.
No discussion necessary.
Okay, well, anyone else on this item? All right, seeing none. Again, just as a former battalion chief brought up, you know, we do need to make sure as you're working with staff on this that it makes an allowance for dogs that are permitted by ADA. With that said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the item passes. Congratulations. Now we're back to my last two items, which will close this out. Item 16J, approval for use of Town Hall as a book donation location. I think the memorandum on this is pretty straightforward about what it is, just allowing this student, as part of her Silver Night project, to place a box here for donations, which then later she wants to distribute. That is the motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. On item 16K, I move to waive section 6.10 of the special rules of order.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the waiver? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The rule is waived. So this item here, formal positions for and against various Tallahassee proposals, does stem from the fact that I wanted for the town to take a specific stand against certain legislation that's been proposed. I'm sure some of you have heard about the latest Live Local laws that are being shoved down our throats again, as well as some of the, I guess, well-intentioned but misguided, pushes to completely eliminate property taxes without some mechanism to pay for our police and our fire, where a good chunk of these monies go. So what I wanted to do was just to get permission from the council by an official act for us to take a position on some items. Again, there's a few Live Local bills, but I think I can tell you, having gone through them, they're not good for us. So, I would like your blessing for us to take an official position against all the local or Live Local acts, so I can write a letter to the appropriate committee chairs and legislators about that. I'll start with that. Again, this is for us to take an official stance against all the Live Local bills that have been filed.
I'll second.
Yeah, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this particular item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of this particular item say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The items have it. I also wanted, there's a bill currently circulating through the legislature as well that would legalize accessory dwelling units, which I believe could be a first step toward allowing efficiencies. So I wanted to speak, out about that as well, and so that would be the next one I would ask for your vote on, that we take a position against this bill. With that, that is my motion. It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
321.
Okay, seeing there's one in particular by Senator Gates and a few others that are moving through that has a good shot of passing, and so I think it's important for our legislators to hear our position. So with that, there being no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with respect to the property tax bills, there's a lot of bills that have been filed, right? And I'm not asking us to take a position on all of those, especially because some of them all have different quirks and different things, right? And some of them might actually be good as a good compromise, right, between the more extreme position of eliminating all property taxes and the other one, which is to maybe increase, for example, the homestead exemption. So rather, my request on this one was just for me to have authorization to speak out about the complete elimination of property taxes as it pertains to municipalities. Is there a second on that one?
Second.
Yeah, seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And those are really the big ones that I had right now. I don't know if any of you had anything else. Obviously, we already have a position on our blasting bill, and Councilman Herzberg will give us further updates now in his report. But seeing none, do you have anything else?
Just briefly, I don't know if Vice Mayor wants to add anything. We were up in Tallahassee, had a lot of good meetings, especially with the two most likely CFOs of the next CFOs for the state of Florida. So we're still trying. The bills are there in committee, but we're trying to get things done.
Yeah, Councilmember Herzberg can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 11 formal meetings, about 10 what we called drop-offs, where we primarily spoke with the legislative aide and dropped the information off as the member was either in a committee meeting or just out to lunch or whatever the case may be. And like countless hallway conversations. And most importantly, I actually think is the two meetings with the most likely candidates for future CFO. That is your future state fire marshal, who has single-handed authority to change blasting limits. And I did want to notify the mayor that Blaise Ingoglia indicated that he may actually be making a trip down here, and if he does reach out, I'll obviously coordinate with JV and your office, as you're the one in charge of that.
Excellent. Sounds good. With that, there being no further business, we are now adjourned at 10:06.
Va a romper el gavel ese.